What's up, everyone? Richard here from Hola Prime, and welcome to the Morning Bell. Still waiting on Igor. I think he's a little bit delayed on his side. I'll get the show going so long. Here he is, actually, on time. I think he might have a data issue. Here we go. Igor joining us. Hello to all our viewers. Hi, Igor. How you doing?
Hello, Richard.
Good. I almost thought you missing in action there.
No, never miss the action. The problem
Awesome.
is technical problems we had yesterday.
Okay.
Technical problems, but today again. But it's fixed now. No problem
Awesome.
at all.
Well, good to
So
have you. Right, before we get started, to
yes,
all our viewers, thanks for joining. If you've got any questions as normal, please do ask. Me and Igor will be more than happy to answer that for you. It's only us two this morning, so hopefully you enjoy the show, or the sessions, should I say.
yes,
And Igor, would you like to take things away for us?
yes. Of course, Richard. I'm glad to show the trades and everything for this day.
Awesome.
Actually, I will start first with a excellent move, I can say today, which is really insane. We just talk about this trade, I think, on Thursday, and I will just little bit give recap what I'm looking for. So if I go to the maybe 4-hour chart for the British pound dollar, I can show you that here you can see a big spike around level 1.362. That was the highest high for last 5 years. And if you go on the left side, there's nothing. There's no similar price in the past. And in the stock market, and of course in Forex market, when we have these kind of situations, if we get price rejection, usually we have some kind of the V shape then. And we got that in Thursday, I think. I would just go to the 30-minute chart, maybe just to see how that. And after that, it was a strong bearish trend continuation during the Friday, which was the NFP and strong move downside. And then we start to recover, and everything was fine. And today we had really strange move. And I just want to a little bit elaborate that why this move is strange. First, maybe to start to tell you one fact, just to note this fact. For example, right now the price of British pound dollar is 1.35. I think it's 1.3518. I just want to tell you that when we was around about level 99. We were at 1.335 just a month ago. So if you think and analyze the US dollar index, you can realize that, of course, US dollar index is going a little bit sideways and downside in last month. But we can conclude that British pound dollar and euro dollar is pushing higher too. So we have the movements, and for the British pound index and for US dollar index in different directions. So we have a weakening of the US dollar index and strength of British pound dollar. And that is changed today. So what's happened today is that this push that's happened just before the Frankfurt Open, in the 3 hours of the bearish trend, I watched that on the US dollar channel. Of course, it was the push there, but the British pound dollar started to go down, and it was a really strong push down. And that's something that I really like to see, because if you have a bullish market structure and then you get so volatile, so strong push to the support, which is strong support, it's beautiful for trading. And that's happened today. First, I thought I entered some trade to try at level 1.35, but price started to go down and down and down. It was so you cannot see maybe on 30 minutes. Maybe I can take a 5-minute chart just to show like this. This move here was so strong. So in just 1 hour, we made 80 pips. In 1 hour, 80 pips, which is really insane for 60 minutes, especially when you don't have some big important news that move the markets or something like that. And on the other side, I will just show the US dollar index. There you can see that was the time when we got this push here. You can see this price here. This is the Friday's push. This push today was a little bit higher, not so much higher, but it was insane from British pound dollar. For example, euro dollar, we had a push downside too, but look this. This is the 5-minute chart. It wasn't like big 5-minute candles, and after that we started to go up, and we have a straight bullish movement here. And this is the days when these kind of movements. I just want to share people that these kind of movements I can see usually when we have an inflation report. And when we have inflation report, which is, for example, in opposite direction the current trend is, we can make, 80 pips, 90 pips, 100 pips in one day, touch support, and then start the continuation in the previous trend. But like I said, it's something that's uncommon. You can find that maybe 1 or 2 times in 2 months. So it's not something that you can see every day. And I'm glad that today I entered multiple positions using this. I will just share the screen for my trading platform just to see the trade and a little discussion about that. Just to share my trade ideas for today. Just a moment. I hope that you will see soon the platform.
It should come up now.
Okay.
There we go.
Yes. So
Loading.
This is the trade that I made today. I was a little bit aggressive because the trade was beautiful. When you touch the ultimate support around 1.345 level, and then you start to go up, but that bullish trend is slow burning, but without choppiness. Just go bullish, 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 and beautiful. And when I saw that, I enter into the trade. I wait a little bit to be sure that we are not again retest that ultimate low, but there's no retesting. We have 2 candles bullish after that, and after 2 bullish candles at price 1.3482, I enter into the trade. I put my stop loss of around 40 pips, a little bit more, because market was volatile. I wanted to protect myself for the false movements, and I put my take profit to the ultimate high. So right now, because we are really up, I will move my stop loss to break even, because we are 40 pips up right now. So I think it's a really enough. So I'm break even. And I want to achieve the big profit with more than 100 pips. And I will modify my trade. And this will be the setup for today. I picked the British pound dollar because the British pound dollar moved much lower than euro dollar, much better level, and much better risk reward ratio. So I think today that we will not try to go below 1.35. We are pushing higher, and maybe we can really push so high that reach the 1.362.
Sorry, Igor, where did you get in? What level did you get in there?
I am a bullish British pound dollar. I entered at level 1.3482. Yes.
Very nice.
So I'm 40 pips in profit right now.
Awesome.
So this trade can be very, very good. I know that right now the Jannie, he has a swing trade for the British pound dollar, but I don't know where he has put the stop loss, because this move today was really, really big. But I know that from the yesterday that he is chasing the new highs and have really big stop loss and a big target, even the higher than me. He wants to see really the new highs for British pound dollar. So he's really, really if that trade is still active, I think that he can make, maybe he will create better risk reward ratio than me. Now I will just back on the trading view charts, just to a little bit discuss about I will just close this about the trades itself. So if you check, for example, euro dollar, it's a good this 5-minute chart just give you very good opportunity to see how this trend is beautiful. So we touched the low around 1.1375 level, and then price start to go up, up. This is the beautiful, really beautiful push higher and higher and higher. And we're actually right now even above the VWAP upper band. So this is really, really strong bullish trend right now. And we are trying to achieve 1.1450, and then 1.1480, and the ultimate level 1.1490 or 1.15 level. So we have a lot of bullish levels here. And for the British pound dollar, we have like I said, we have that we just I think half hour ago say that we are bullish, completely bullish, because we already made more than 60 pips from the low, which is, and pushing higher, which is really, really a good confluence here. For traders that didn't watch my session yesterday, I just want to say about one indicator that I'm using, especially when I have these crazy movements. This is the indicator that's called choppiness index. This is very similar indicator to the relative strength index, but showing completely different thing. Choppiness index using logarithms to analyze ATR. And to make simple answer how that works is, if you want to escape and not to trade when market is choppy, you want to see that choppiness index is less than 50. If it's above 50 and higher, means choppy price. And I will just show how that looks simple for today. Look this during the Asia session a little bit, and then when we start to make a trend, either bearish, either bullish, this index is very low, which is very, very good, because you will always find some kind of the bias, either bearish, either bullish, and usually you cannot make so big mistake there if the market is clear. But with market is not clear, when you have 15 pips up, 17 pips down, 15 pips up, then 10 pips down, and you don't feel is it bullish or bearish, what's happened here, you ask a question, so you're confused. In that case, this is very, very, very good to use this kind of a good feeling when you trade. And that can be really, really beneficial for trading. What I'm looking for right now is that of course you can use that in a daily chart if you want to, you want to avoid, for example, choppy price. Today we got 80 pips down, 60 pips up, and it's a choppy market. If you
Yeah.
watch as on a daily level, it's a choppy, and right now this is the 60, and I know that positional traders, they will never enter this level right now. They're either try to buy on support, sell on resistance, or they will be out and wait for something clear. For the positional traders, it's not the good moment for trading. Very important information. I talk with that with Jannie on this chart. It's very hard to see that. I will try to. Yes, it's very hard to find that level because it was a, a long time reach or like today. So exactly repeat. We can repeat the trade 5 years ago. So it's insane. I just watch this morning, and I knew that 1.345 level would be strong support for British pound dollar, and that's give me a really big, really big. We just showed this. For example, I went to the futures market. This is British pound dollar on the futures market, and I will take that plots a resistance and
Igor, you're breaking up there a little bit.
supports, but as 1 hour chart level, look at that support that we got today. So that volume is more than almost 4,000, and maybe I can go to the 30-minute chart for the better look. Here, yes. So this chart, I will just find some better chart. Just no, here we cannot see. I will maybe 15 minutes will be better. Just to no, I think that 1 hour is the best when we see that. Anyway, if we calculate levels, if you go to the past, you can see this is the 1,400, this is the 700, etc., and this level here that holds as a major support right now. It's really insane. It's really so strong that and really it's today it's pushing higher the price. So I hope that we can see the price in very good shape today. What my projection for British pound dollar are? So right now, like I said, we are at 1.353 level, around that level. The US Open just started. Maybe we will see some kind of the pullback. I don't know if it'll be smaller or not, but I think that we had enough pullbacks for today, and I don't think that the US market will push down these levels right now. I think that we will see continuation to the upside. And what I think that can happen, we can reach, for example, the first target is 1.356 or maybe 1.358. But what I expect to see, usually when we have these kind of the movements like we have today, the price on the end of the day just hold some price level. And then during the Asia session, there's no pullback or correction. Usually price continue to go in the bullish side. So I will try maybe today to monitor Asia session and maybe to create another trade if I need, because after these strong pullbacks, we cannot see a bigger and bigger pullbacks there. there. So usually, of course, this is the just statistics, and everything can change. But this is something that I expect right now. And a similar trade we got. I will just tell you when was that. Very similar trade. I will
Igor, you're breaking up there, buddy. Can you hear me?
just to okay. It's maybe 4 hour chart for the better view. I will delete my. Mm-hmm. It was. Is this? Yes, I think this move that was on the May 13. So we got yes, it was the strong trade down in just one day. We went so fast down and up till today. So these strong movements downside usually push the market in the another side, and steadily. I think that a lot of institutional traders try to find a low level to buy and use this situation for the big orders. So
Okay.
so this is the chart like this. Just where to change? Do you know, Richard, where I can change? I just lose my chart. Something's here. I just need to reset that to be as
You're breaking up there a little
it
bit,
should be.
Igor. But
Yes,
now
now
it's back.
it's right.
Can you see it all right?
Sometimes went to the later. What did you say?
You're breaking up a little bit. Now it's better.
What did you say? Aha,
Your
okay, okay.
your
Uh,
your feed was breaking up, Igor.
yes, yes, it's some kind of problem. I think usually I think in the morning in the US time like this, a lot of people start to use the platform, and I think
Yeah.
that it's because of that. Because yesterday, in the moment when this happened, all three of us during the session we lost connections.
Oh, really?
Can you imagine? All three of us,
Yeah.
just we lost everything, and we need to everything to restart and come to the platform again. So it's I think that a lot of people use this platform, and this is the main thing.
Okay.
So right now, if we watch the opening range, I'm watching the 5 minutes. So last 10 minutes, we're going down a little bit. This is the small correction, but nothing special, nothing big move. I just want to see this opening range push downside, so we can enter on the better level. So everything is smooth as I wanted to see. The same thing for euro dollar. But whatever move is this, if we analyze the movement, like I said, this kind of movements I usually see after the crazy inflation report. And then 2 days after that, you have a trend which is so slow burning trend, and very good for trading and for nice setup there. Just to finish the other pairs that I'm watching, the Aussie dollar, because we are still, as you can see, this is didn't break that range. However, the New Zealand dollar, how it looks like try to break this range today, but we need at least one day to see will this be finished or not. But again, both pairs are not interesting for me for trading. Now, the pair that maybe can be interesting for me is the US dollar Japanese yen. We twice tried one resistance. We test 2 times. We didn't break upside, and we had yesterday the bearish candle. And if we see the bearish candle today and maybe bigger move there, I may be ready to go short. However, the problem is using my strategy with a relative strength index on the daily chart. As you can see, it looks bullish still. I don't want to see there into the trade like this. You can see we're still in some triangle pattern. We can play around in this pattern. I want to see a breakout before my move, and then I will be maybe more comfortable. And after that, I want to see a bigger down move here, maybe to some ultimate lows. But we will see. Of course, right now, this not look so beautiful, because look this in September 2024 we play around. So I don't feel comfortable yet without any bigger movement. So other thing that I'm watching is the gold. Yesterday I discussed about gold, how trend is very I cannot say watching right now. Why I see this trend that is bullish is that maybe I can go better on the 30 minutes there. Yes, on the 30 minutes it's much better. So you can see we went down and touched the low for gold. That low was on the 9 June 9, and it was if I'm right, it was on Monday, and then we start to go up, and then we start to go down again. But this time, as you can see, this low is a bit higher than previous low, and here you can see we have a low, high, higher high, then lower low that's higher than previous low, and now we have the higher high than previous high. So this kind of the setup is the beautiful bullish setups here. The good level was here today in the early Asia morning to enter into the trade. Now I think it's a little bit late, because now we're a little overbought. Maybe the next leg will start to go down. So maybe the only thing that I can maybe as an ideal trend line here, if I see the pullback up to this trend line, maybe if we touch this trend line, we can go higher. But I don't know, will we have another bigger pullback? Maybe we just continue to go up. So this is something that I cannot predict for the gold, but interesting to watch. And this is the good stuff. And right now, I'm watching the whole market. We're, for example, for the indices on the 0%. So we're on the opening price. It was on the beginning of the day. Nothing happened here, but we need to see developing in the next half hour to see how it'll go there. I will not analyze this market, because I am leaving to you, Richard, and maybe you can share your trade or trading idea for today.
Yeah, I've actually just be filled on an order, but it's not looking good. It's very, very volatile. I'll quickly share my screen, just hopefully I catch this in time for you guys.
Okay.
Let's do that. But yeah, sometimes the most scary trades are the good ones, right? Let's add that to the chart there. I'm looking at the NASDAQ. You can see I've just been filled here, like literally a minute ago. Taking a very small position here, hoping for, I think it's more than almost 3-1 here that I'm aiming for. And the reason why I got into this trade is it's almost very similar to a setup that occurred yesterday. And to quickly show you that, I want to just go to the 5-minute time frame. Otherwise, 1 minute's not going to do the thing. But if you go here to yesterday, and we were actually watching this during yesterday morning session. You went there, Igor. But what happened was price moved low. It was in a bit of a range prior to the 9:30 a.m. session open, or let's say the New York open. Price flushed down. I would call this manipulation. It basically took out the London session lows, and immediately we had a reversal back to the upside. All right, you can see this little block that I have over here. If I switch back to the 1 minute time frame, because I like to actually fine tune my entries. Let me just quickly go back to that. See if I can get that. And hopefully I don't get stopped out of this. But anyway, market moved so quick yesterday that it was nearly, well, it wasn't possible to actually get into a trade here. But this is typically what I look for. This is now on the 1 minute time frame. You can see as price took out, and this was actually the London low, we had a fair value gap that formed. As price took that out, and then immediately price reversed back to the upside, breaking above that fair value gap, basically giving you what's called an inverse fair value gap. All right, so it went from bearish to potentially bullish, and that's generally also a very strong indication of a reversal. We also had a little price structure break here, or some would call it change in character. Let me just make that a different color, and boom, the market just went up. I had a waiting limit order here. I was with Walter and Laura yesterday, and price just didn't fill it, and boom, it went straight back to the upside and actually broke well clear of the overnight session highs. All right, so fast forward now to the current price action. Been very choppy, very volatile. We had a similar thing here. Price moved lower. It didn't break the London lows, but it did break all of these higher lows that were set during the overnight session. Right. Then we had again here a similar situation where price broke or actually moved lower. There was a fair value gap over there. And maybe let's just make this a little bit thicker so you guys can see what's going on here. Right. So there on the screen there, we had a strong break to the upside. Again, I thought I was going to miss this. Price obviously shot to the sky. But look what happened now. It retraced to that level. I had a limit order. I did not chase the market. And I was filled. And as I took over the screen now from Igor, I must say I was sweating a little bit because that was one heck of a strong move lower. My stop loss was not filled. So I'm still in this trade. And if we had to talk about targets, I'm just aiming for, I think in this case, it's more than a 1 to 2 here, right? So it's not really at a level per se that is a structural level or so forth. It's just a little bit over 2.2. I don't know why this platform is freezing a little bit there. Just give me 1 second. But yeah, we're looking about a 2.2, 2.3 risk reward ratio that I'm aiming for. That being said, I also recognize that this strong move did not hold. It came immediately back. Yes, I got filled. Yes, I'm in positive territory right now. But I will aggressively manage it. I think if price can get back to these highs that's just been set prior to this decline, then I'm probably going to go to break even. Okay? Just to make sure that I don't take a loss here. Well, I can't really say take a loss. I might still take a loss. But that was the play. Very similar to what happened yesterday, although yesterday price just continued skyrocketing to the upside. Yeah, I actually had a strong move lower. Yes, it looks pretty scary, but I'm in it. Hopefully in it to win it. So that's the setup there. I'll keep you guys updated on that. And then Odoya, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, he was asking about crude oil. Sorry for taking so long to respond on that, but I'll quickly just go to a 4-hour time frame here. For a couple of weeks now, since the end of April, I've been following the sideways gyration of price action, and it did look as if price was stuck within a triangle formation. Again, we're looking at a 4-hour time frame here. But if you look at triangle, since the previous trend was down into around the 9th of April, then triangles trace out in 5-wave patterns. And since it was bearish before, one would expect a bearish continuation once the pattern ends. So you'll have a 1, a 2, where's this now? A 3, a 4, and a 5, and then something like that. Now, obviously, that didn't happen, right? So I kept this on my chart just to show, sometimes your analysis might point to one direction, and you'll probably in a lot of times actually be completely wrong about it, right? So the other explanation, what I'm thinking might be happening here, and I think I'm pretty bullish still here at the moment, because price broke above these highs set on the 23rd of April, is that we potentially had, excuse me, an ABC, and still dealing with this as a corrective pattern, what we call an X wave, and now we're busy with our secondary ABC, which I think is still not over, right? It's still got some more upside to basically move towards. If you look left, we got these pretty large fair value gaps here. If this fair value gap gets broken, then I think there's a good chance that price will move towards this fair value gap over here, right? So I'm bullish. I don't think that this push to the upside is done. I went from a bearish outlook to an interim bullish outlook, but I think still in the overall picture, I'm thinking prices can still move lower. But let's say over the next week or so, I think I've got a bullish expectation. That being said, if you were to trade crude oil now, just be careful that it is within. What's happening here with this platform now? It wants to update. Obviously, Murphy's Law. But you can still see my screen, right? Price is within these fair value gaps, and they tend to act as support or resistance. In this case, they overhead, price moving from below up into them, so they might act as resistance. But when price break them, they become inverse fair value gaps, which is pretty bullish or bearish, depending on which direction price action is moving. All right, I'm just going to quickly look what's happening with the NASDAQ here. And then I'll have to hand things over back to you, Igor, because my platform needs updating all of a sudden, right in the middle of my analysis. But in any case, so that's my bigger picture view on crude oil. If we look here at the 500 time frame, I generally look for reversals during the 9 till 11 a.m. time window. We've had one over here, but price did not break any significant levels that were either set during the pre-market. You can see price fell short of that. It is currently taking out the pre-market high here, right? So with the bullish expectation on the higher time frame, I'll be very, how can I say, cautious to shoot a short crude oil on a smaller time frame here.
Yes.
But that being said, what happens on the higher time frame, you're going to get fluctuations, obviously, intraday. And I do trade intraday, and I'm happy to go long or short. But if I want to go short on crude oil, I would need to see a pretty strong reversal here, right? I would need to then switch to a smaller time frame. And similar to what I've seen there on the NASDAQ, but this time with a bearish view, I want to see a bullish fair value gap being broken to the downside after the level's been taken out, or I want to see price break previous price structure point. In this case, it's just been a straight up move. What do I mean by price structure point? Normally a trending market does this, right? So if price would then move lower, breaks a previous price structure point, that's generally an indication of a reversal, right? If my market moves lower here, and I get a fair value gap that formed prior to that break, then I'll use that as an entry location. In this case, with a sell limit order, and then hope price then reverts back to that, acts as resistance, rejects, and you're in the trade. That being said, and I'm here on a 1 minute time frame, I don't see any clear price structure on this way to the upside. It's just one pretty much strong upwards move. There's no like zigzagging or stair stepping to the upside, if that makes sense. All right, so that's what I'll be looking for in crude. However, I don't like to be in multiple positions at once. Price did take out that previous high. It still looks weak. I'm going to go to break even. If I get stopped out here, then that's it. It's a very volatile. It lacks direction. It's very choppy. And I also think that because Donald Trump is speaking at 4 p.m. this afternoon, that might cause a lot of volatility, or leading up to that, which we're probably obviously seeing right now. Apparently, it's about the talks that he's been having with China about the tariffs. So if I get stopped out here, I'm perfectly fine with that. There was just no follow through to the upside. I'm still in it, so let's see what happens. But we also have CPI numbers coming out tomorrow, so I'm thinking the market's obviously waiting for that too. And it's not uncommon to see either sideways, choppy conditions, especially on the indices that are affected by these news events prior to such an important inflation report, right, or numbers. So, yeah, unfortunately, price almost got to target there, but it didn't. It's just part of trading. So I'm not going to take a loss on this. I moved my stop slightly to above break even, minus obviously a little bit of commission. If I'm out of that trade, I'll be out of it, and so be it, and look forward to the next one. Maybe crude oil will then gift us that short that might set up intraday for us. Right, but currently doesn't look like it. It is pushing higher. I'm just waiting to get stopped out. There we go. Stopped out of the NASDAQ. Did not lose on that trade, but again, no follow through. And I'm probably not going to be trading the indices for the remainder of the session. I mean, good luck trying to trade this mess. You're just going to get chopped up.
Yes, you're right.
All right, so there we go. Crude oil. Now we have a bit of a more clearer price structure point. Again, price did not break above this high that was set before the New York session. Obviously, crude oil trades during the global session as well, but you'll quite often find reversals during the 9 to 11 a.m. time window. Okay, so again, what I'm looking for is if price can break that structure point, if it would do so and give me a fair value gap to the downside, so a bearish fair value gap, then yes, I might use that as a trade entry location to try and short crude oil. Alternatively, price might just keep on going up from here, and then I'll perfectly be fine to sit on the sidelines with that. All right, like I mentioned on the higher time frames, price did clear these highs set on the 23rd of April, but I'm also aware of these fair value gaps that might act as resistance. So a very tricky area that crude oil is in right now from a trading perspective, at least for me. Right, Aduya, hopefully that helped out. Bummed about the NASDAQ trade, but it's probably going to go up now, right? Murphy's Law. Watch go to profit. But anyway, I was not willing to take a loss on there. It's just too volatile. There's no follow through, so I'm happy being out. Sit on my hands for a little while longer and see if another opportunity presents itself. Otherwise, so be it. Igor, can I pass it back to you? I just want to refresh my platform.
Of course.
So that ugly orange notice that I've got there can go away.
Yes, of course. Okay. Meanwhile, just to try to give maybe my opinion about US oil, just for Kumar to check. So Kumar, again, thank you for your question. And
Yeah.
please, others, if you watch this, you can ask comments, make comments, and ask questions for any setup that you have. Related to the US oil, I see the bullish trend here. This bullish trend is the for me it's a clear trend. But the problem from the beginning of the June, so last 10 days we are bullish, but the problem is find the good price, to enter there. So in my opinion, there were two good spots to enter. One was here, which was on the Wednesday, June 4, and this was the second one on the June 6, in the early morning. So that the June was the best moments for that. Right now we are pushing higher, but what I would like to see is this. I want to see that price start to go down and touch this trend line that I just wrote in the trend relative strength index indicator. Why I want that? I want to remove the choppiness. So for example, if we go there and have a clear bearish trend here, this choppiness index indicator, for example, we will touch this trend line, and then we can start a new continuation of the bullish trend there, fresh, and to go more high. So I would like that setup. Wait for the pullback, wait for the bearish push downside, and then enter in some level and start to continue there. So this be my plan if I'm trade US oil. However, Richard is 100% right. This is very volatile market. And not just that, if you just check this choppiness index, you can see that most of the time it's above 50. So it's so volatile during the days, especially during the US session. So this is insane. I just show something to see. This is 5-minute chart. And
Yeah.
if I use the logarithmic ATR analysis, which is a choppiness index for US oil, for example, you can see. I just wait to see. You can see how many times we are around 70. This is insane for 5 minutes charts. For NASDAQ, you're right that we are usually in opening range. It's so volatile. Look, what is this? This is 74 of choppiness index. It's a
Wow.
really choppy market. And just this is for me, institutional traders are start to enter into positions 10, 15, 20 minutes before the US Open. And because of that, you can see a huge choppiness index results. For example, this is the 15 before the US Open, for example. And this is not only then. You can see the same situation. The same situation you can see in Monday. The similar situation we can see in other days. And very volatile market. And if you have a strategy like Richard to take really in a bullish trend to take a low or in bearish trend high and catch that lower high and then enter into trade, you can compete. In any other cases, it's so hard to trade during the US Open this because the market is so can manage and add maybe in pre-market, and you cannot know that. It's very hard to analyze that. Maybe watching the tape and footprints in some markets when you have a ability to check that, but even then it's so insane and hard. So maybe either try swing trading, either this way like Richard to catch a low or high, and
Yeah, you see, also,
have a very
you know,
very precise and
looking for
accurate
that.
setup.
Yeah. All those liquidity sweeps, it's very
And
often
people, I
that
can,
you'll
I
get
can,
a previous session swiped, like a high or low of, let's
yes,
say, the London or whatever. I mean, you quite often see it even on the NASDAQ, where, let's say, the London session starts,
yes,
it's in the opening range of the Tokyo session or the Asia
yes,
session. And very often you'll get, either the high or the low taken out, followed by a reversal. And if you can spot
yes,
the characteristics of those reversals, like fair value gaps becoming inverse fair value gaps, that acceleration into an opposite direction after a break of a previous session high or lows, then very often, then it's fine to trade shorter time frames. But Igor's saying, when things are very volatile, it's probably better to try to swing trade. But there are opportunities daily to do this day trading wise. But you really need to identify those areas and be patient to wait for it. And there'll be times where prices just range, you don't get a trade, and that's perfectly fine. I'll personally sit on my hands. Back in the days, I would used to go and chase it. It's like, oh my gosh, I've been here 3 hours in front of the screen. I haven't traded yet. Let's just quickly force a trade and see, before I stop my trading day, if I can make some profits. And that's typically when things go wrong and
yes,
you end up with a loss. And then you get angry and then you want to trade again. So day trading is fine, but you got to be careful. You got to be quick. The focus needs to be there, and you need to identify those areas you want to be trading at, wait for them, and if they're not hit, then you don't trade. So discipline extremely important, especially if you want to be in a day trading or intraday trading realm of the trading world, right?
yes, yes. Nice,
Yeah.
nice lesson, Richard. So
Mm.
really, 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 it's like that because we need to know the levels before we start trading. We know to know on the chart and everything, and just wait. And if the market doing what you want, if you do, if not, you just stay and be patient. But this patient, it's most difficult thing. It's easy to
It's
say,
extremely difficult.
but but sometimes it's a really like I said a couple times, this is the only job when you go uh, at the work with some money, and on the end of the work you have less money that you have in the first place. Yes, this
Yeah.
is this is really insane. What I want to share today is I want to share just a little bit what we can expect because it will be volatile week. We started volatility yesterday. We have volatility today, and it will continue. So the interesting thing that we are approaching to the middle of the month, where we usually have a strong or weak inflation reports. We have a CPI on Wednesday, and it will be for US dollar a really, really possible push somewhere. We expect better than expected. We expect better results for inflation reports, but no one can know that for sure. So first in Wednesday we will have a core CPA. Then in Thursday we are starting with a little bit worse than expected GDP. So we expect minus 0.1%. And that maybe can hurt a little bit British pound dollar. But if we get better news, that can push a little bit higher. I don't know what will be from that two things. And then we have a PPA, which will be the same day on Thursday. Usually, we expect right now very, very good results for the US dollar, but this can really, really make a huge push for the US dollar because even that we are bullish and the traders wants to be bullish. When you get this kind of the strong or weak inflation reports, like I said, we can go 100 pips and 80 pips or 50 pips just in less than an hour. And that
Yeah.
can be really, really, really not problem if you, before the news, you remove all your trades, see the results, see the movements, wait for the price that you want to be, and that can be no pain trade. But sometimes if you have a swing trade, you already have a trade, and then you a little bit feel the fear, because that movement can really change everything in your trade. So you can lose all your profit in just the 15 minutes. So that can be a little bit problematic. And today you're completely right. We have a President Trump speaks today evening in my time. I live in Europe. However, the problem here is in the last I think couple of weeks, President Trump he spoke a lot of bad things related to the export import from the China, for example. Usually we can hurt it can be hurt Apple, for example, a lot. Every time when President Trump speaks, Apple lose a couple percent without any problem. And in the last couple of weeks, euro dollar can go down, because he's pushing that all tariffs against the euro will be 50%. And when the president of America speak about that, it impact the market and impact the euro. And even that it's a speculation, and even that is something that we don't know for sure, and how that will long or last or something. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous. So I think it's good to remove your trades before President Trump speak. Anything. Just
Absolutely.
I plan today just to wait, and maybe before his speech to close all my trades. Even I am very close to my target, just to be sure, because because
so you can sleep well.
sleep well. Yes, this guy he knows how to ruin the market. He's expert in that. This is the nice thing.
What's your view about the CPI tomorrow, Igor? You think there's going to be bad numbers?
Or I think first I need to respect these economists that make all these calculations. On Friday, when we got NFP, I was a little bit skeptical. I thought that we will have maybe increase of unemployment rate, etc. And economists, they were right. They have some formulas. They have something. They knew something that I don't know. So I can only watch these numbers, and I see very good numbers for inflation. When I say good for US dollar, and that can really again can push a British pound dollar, euro dollar down. So this is why I would like today to either reach my target, either to close my trade, and to be relaxed tomorrow, to be really relaxed.
It's like the economists are typically sort of like in a ballpark, okay, or right about things. But it's as soon as you start like reading the news channels, and they always carry a very pessimistic sort of view. And I think you can see this now for the longest time now, how they continuously wrong about things, and the market just continuously keep going higher and higher and higher. I've got I know someone over here that's like love his bearish conditions, and I think, and this goes for guys that's on Bitcoin as well. When you go through a very bad, or let's say strong trending market, they just want to short things. And I've seen this trading every single day, being here in the sessions. Every single time you try to short, you basically get a slap in the face because the markets just want to go higher. If you look at the higher time frames on the indices and US indices, they're still below all-time highs. But where in Europe, I think it's the DAX. What's it? It was Laura was showing it. Yeah, the Spanish indices at the CAC. They're all at all-time highs already and trending higher. So my expectation still is that it will reach all-time highs maybe sooner rather than later. But it's what happens after that. Is that then a cyclical move? It's very difficult. Howard would probably be able to tell us a bit more on his Elliott wave counts there, because he tends to keep really nice charts there on the higher time frames. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents worth. Do you have any? How's your pound US dollar trade? Are you still in it? You said, right?
Yes, I'm watching that.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, it was bullish during the last hour. Even during the U.S. Open, it was really good, in good shape. Touched the new high, but this first 15 minutes of this hour, trying to go down a little bit. But I think it's just some kind of the push. I don't know. I will just show you on a 50-minute chart. As you can see,
It should come up now.
it's nothing actually. We are still bullish here. We are pushing higher, but there is some small correction right now. But I hope that we will continue to go more higher. The good thing is that this Japanese index and everything shows the clear trend. Relative strength index indicator is a little bit clearer right now.
You're breaking up, Igor,
For
slightly.
example, if we watch the relative strength index, and you can see that just an hour, maybe more ago, we broke this, and right now maybe what can happen that we can go to retest a little bit, which will be very healthy. So for the traders that want maybe to buy British pound dollar, they can wait maybe a few pips down, that we can retest this trend line, and then we can go again to buy or
Okay.
something. So if I were not in the trade, my goal and my plan would be this: I will wait for the small pullback here, maybe a few pips more, and then I will enter into the trade and try to accomplish something. So we will see. Right now, the trend is good. I can check the euro dollar, very similar situation as I see. We hit very good, very strong price level around 1.1450, and now, as you can see, we are 20 pips down. But
Quick, huh?
I think that this just make rejection of that price level, and I think we will go. I think that 1.1450 is very strong level. This level is really strong. I will just draw on the chart just to see that. So this
Mm-hmm.
level is really strong. As you can see multiple times on June 3,
Resistance. Yeah.
in June 3, then we had in June 5, then right now that we have again. So we have reaction here, but this trend line, this resistance can be broken because we multiple time retest this. So there is a chance that we will see that, but we will wait. We will wait to see how market will react there, and
Yeah.
to see more things. What I watching and I didn't make comment is maybe the Bitcoin, because the Bitcoin is showing some kind of the, I can say, I close it. Yes, almost the ultimate high. So we were there, and now we have some small correction. Now that correction is almost touched the ultimate level, but short Bitcoin, I think it's not good idea, because this is the really every single day Bitcoin very similar to the stocks. So like to go several days up, just couple them down, or
Yeah.
sideways, but there's more sideways days and bullish days than bearish days. So bearish days are not so common here. So it's maybe to wait for some good level here to enter, maybe on some bigger pullback to go again into
Do you
the
trade
position.
Bitcoin, Igor?
So maybe I would like to retest this level at one. Sometimes I try in just one special account that I have. That account is a private account that I use. It's not about the prop companies, and sometimes I do that. But I don't feel comfortable when I trade Bitcoin because you really need to focus to watch the news, to watch a lot of charts, to prepare because it's a little bit different market. It's a bit different market, and when I watch US dollar index, British pound dollar, euro dollar, it's the same market, the similar news, everything is correlated, and I can check that easily and use that information on some better way, I think, than trading theirs. But I respect people that trade Bitcoin and the cryptos, and especially the Paul who really he is trading without leverage. He's buying, selling the crypto coins. He made a very, very good analysis, and he's very detailed in that. And I really respect people that so many triggers and so many angles watch the market and then go to the execution. So this is the way how traders should trade and to be profitable. Just because they need to analyze a lot, prepare for something, and then go to the execution, which is the most important part, and maybe money management.
Of course, money management always being very important, right?
So interesting for trade. Maybe we finish this bearish pullback, and maybe now we can start to go bullish here again and make new highs. I think that the high was 1.3536 something, and as you just to check, yes, somewhere there, and now we can see the new highs and the new attempts. So I hope we will reach that today, because I really catch the nice level, and I think that I'm most proud when I find good level. Good levels are something that you need to have a little bit luck to watch the market at that moment, to be ready to enter, to sometimes to sweat a little bit, but on the end you can enjoy and trade. Yes, we can do that. I want just to ask you something. I will tell you my opinion, and just I want to hear your way how you watch that. And when I watch the indices, for example, I monitor, of course, three pillars as the NASDAQ, S&P 500, and Dow index, and I realize then the market gets the very good trends. And when we have, for example, bearish S&P, Dow or bearish or something like that, the NASDAQ is the leading indicator, the indicator that really a little bit before others showed some trends, or
especially recently,
not.
because I mean the NASDAQ,
And
you're right.
what do
The
you
NASDAQ
think
and
about that correlation with NASDAQ, S&P 500?
Yeah, I mean the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 obviously highly correlated in direction. You will sometimes find, for example, the ES will make, let's say, a higher high, let's say during the New York session. And let's say it moves lower, creates a lower high, and starts trending lower. Well, obviously, just an example. With the NASDAQ will then do the opposite. Makes a high, pulls lower, makes a higher high, and then pulls downwards. It doesn't happen that often, but it is something that happens quite a bit. That being said, yesterday when I was watching the price action on the ES and the NASDAQ, because obviously I watched both of them, the ES was actually approaching Friday's past highs and was very close to it, and actually pushing very strongly towards it, where the NASDAQ was actually lagging behind a little bit. Oh, sorry, the other way around. The NASDAQ was already approaching Friday's highs, and the ES was sort of like stuck in a little bit of a range further away. So I do see this quite often, and those are definitely plays that you can make. If the NASDAQ's moving one direction or vice versa, and the other one's lagging a little bit, then it's not investment advice, but it's definitely something I've done before. Then trade in the one that's a little bit more lagging, hoping that it will then catch up. Especially if they've got sort of like similar levels that they're trading towards, if that makes sense. So it's definitely something that happens a bit. But overall, I would say the NASDAQ in strength and volatility been more so than the ES. It will eventually follow. But you probably know that there's also a lot of earnings reports coming out, and especially these tech-driven earning reports these days really, cause a lot of volatility in the NASDAQ. So, yeah, that's just my observation.
Yes.
Always work like that? No, but eventually, at least if there's a bit of a disconnect between the two in price action, they always catch up and move in the same direction anyway. I don't think there'll be ever a case when the ES moves downwards for a week and the NASDAQ goes up for a week. Not something I've ever experienced. If that makes sense.
Yes. Understand. So nice. It's very interesting when I know a lot of people that specialize, for example, for one index and trade only that index, and I think it's a good way for all traders, not just beginners, to specialize and be so good in one asset, and then you feel the market. You just see the charts, and you just feel, and you have intuition much better than when you're chasing everything. So
yeah, look, I mean, there's something
that's really good
that I've also noticed, and this is not something new, but I don't think many traders know about it. Let me just share my screen quickly. But and it depends on what time frame. Well, it could be any time frame. But let's say, for example, here you're looking at the ES. Now I can't actually draw that. Let me get my other chart out here. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I just want to get a clear chart. It's easier drawing on these trading view charts. 1 second. And let me just get my drawing tool out, or path tool, and I'll share that tab instead. Okay. Yes. Since I quite often look for reversals, especially when price takes out an area of liquidity, whether that's an overnight session high or low, or previous session, London session, Tokyo session, or whatever the case might be. I'll typically want to see price break a level, maybe do something like this, and then do something like that. Let's say that level was somewhere there. It could be a higher high. This is a bullish example turning into a bearish reversal. Or this could have been, let's say, New York open happens around about here somewhere, and this was a level where we had the high of the London session, and let's say price runs that, pulls back, makes another high. And quite often you'll also, something I'm not showing you, if you spot divergence when that happens, maybe looking at a MACD or something like that, that's also another indication, that might be forewarning you that you might be getting a reversal. Obviously, I'm looking a lot at price structure. So during an uptrend, let's say the market was doing this.
Yes.
Oops, I shouldn't do that now. Where's this stupid thing gone now? But anyway, let me try that again. A very good indication of a reversal also, apart from price taking out a session high or low, apart from, let's say, momentum divergence, if that's something you're following, is a break of structure, right?
Yes.
In this case, price making higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, boom, 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 breaks that level, moves lower, and then breaks that previous price structure point, in this case, a higher low. therefore giving you an early indication that price is moving lower. Okay. Now let's say this, for example, was the ES, right?
Okay. Okay.
And you'll then have a similar price action in the NASDAQ. Let's make that NQ, for example, right?
Okay.
But in some instances, and this is actually a very strong indication of a reversal, the NQ does the same thing. Let me actually get rid of that. I'm going to use the same line. Let's say on the NQ, there's also a line there, right? Let me get rid of that again. Sorry, I haven't used the trading wheel in a while. Anyway, price is doing this high highs, high lows, high highs, high lows, but then it breaks that level like the E has done over here. It moves lower. It fails to go to a new high where the ES did. The NQ creates a lower high and does this. If you get sort of a price structure breakpoint with two indices that are extremely highly correlated, right?
Okay.
And they behave differently at a level where the one makes a high high and the other one makes a high low, for example, off a break of that level, and you get your price structure point breaks. That, in my opinion, is extremely strong indication of a reversal taking place. Now,
Yes.
Again, they follow each other in the same direction, but the one actually behaves a little bit different at the break of those levels to make to if that makes sense. So that's just like very highly correlated markets, but they behave a little bit different, and that behavior I found really gives you a good indication that a reversal is on its way. In my case, I'm just looking for intraday what we call liquidity sweeps, right? So you think breakout traders are going to go, or breakout traders believe they're going to go long here. But what happens is those stop orders, or they're already short from some level or whatever, get run, and the market does completely the opposite. What we call a liquidity sweep. It sweeps that liquidity, and you get a reversal in the opposite direction. Robert, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Robert.
He's getting ready for work again. Yeah, Robert, I was in a NASDAQ trade there. It didn't work out. I didn't take a loss. I'll quickly go over that for you. But it's a similar situation that we had from yesterday, where price was sort of like stuck here in a bit of a ranging price action condition, right? Then we had an up and down, up and down, up and down. Price then moved lower, and it actually swept these high lows over here. Right now, I didn't follow what I've just shown you there on that little drawing I did on the ES as well. But this is clear. Some would call this market manipulation. I just call it liquidity sweep. Strong move to the downside was a bearish fair value gap. And right after that, straight back into that range. And we had that fair value gap being broke within like literally 2 minutes to the upside, giving us an inverse fair value gap. And it was liftoff. Now, yesterday when this happened, price just continued moving upwards. It never pulled back to, I don't know if you watched our session yesterday. I had a limit order. Maybe I'll just show you that what happened yesterday. But actually, the limit order waiting here, and this morning, I think it was about 43 minutes into our session, strong decline, got into the trade, thought I was going to take a loss, strong pushback up again. I had more than a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio, strong move back down again. And at that stage, I was like, no, it's going to go to break even plus a few ticks or pips in my favor. And I think I made like $4 on the day. So I'm out of it. Very volatile. I mean, this would emotionally, for me personally, been quite scarring sitting through this. It will probably go to target, Murphy's Law. But, if there's no proper follow through, then that shows you're in for a wild ride. And it's like, good luck trying to deal with this emotionally when you're seeing price action moving up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. There's just no real direction. Let me quickly go through yesterday's setup. We had exactly the same thing happen. Take a look at this. Price was sort of like ranging a little bit sideways. Can I please just zoom in here a little bit without this platform losing its marbles? Right? At 9:30. I don't know if you can see my cursor here, the bottom there. Yeah. 9:35, right? 5 minutes after the New York Open. Boom. Price flushes the London lows. Straight back up. Now if you switch to a 1 minute time frame, let me just go back to that area again. Bear with me, guys. I'm having issues with my platform today, which is really frustrating. We'll definitely have to get behind what's causing this. But anyways, there we have the same thing. Obviously, price just took out those London lows, or the actual range of those lows. There was a fair value gap as price broke it. Immediately afterwards, typical fashion from what liquidity sweeps generally do, 2 candles back to the upside, breaks that bearish fair value gap. And I was actually watching this and placed a buy limit order around the top end there. It was around 21,760. And price nearly came back into it, and it just continued higher. And in some cases, and I find this recently, maybe just reduce your lot size if things are a bit volatile. Because if they are volatile and also dealing with the NASDAQ, things can move really quickly, as you probably know, Robert. A fair value gap formed over there, and although you didn't get in at the 21760 level, there were multiple tests of the upper end of that fair value gap before price action shot back to the upside. Right, so I didn't get into that. I was really hoping price will pull into there. It didn't happen, and boom, rest of the day, insane strong move back to the upside. Typically what you'll see from a liquidity sweep. You can also see here price trending lower, and that purple line I've got over there, break of price structure, further indicating that we might get a reversal. Fair value gap, all those things. Bullish, a bearish fair value gap, that small one turning into a inverted fair value gap, and there you go. And this pattern basically repeats over and over and over again. But yeah, I would definitely, I wouldn't say you should, but Robert says, yeah, he's reduced his lot size as well. Now, I think that's a pretty good idea, especially these days. A tweet come out. Igor was touching on this a little bit earlier. It's extremely volatile. And anything to do with CPI numbers these days, tariffs.
Yes.
I know there's bots that actually look for Twitter accounts, like probably Elon's, Trump's, anyone's Twitter account that's got any sort of influence on the markets that actually trade these keywords when they come up. And the problem is it can be very damaging to the markets, and not beneficial to you if you're not aware of these things. But how are you supposed to be aware of these things? Because they can come out at any time, right?
Yes.
And market, those guys that's there at the moment, take them, or algorithms take them. You get stopped out, or you make a heck of a load of money. Who knows? But extremely, extremely difficult and frustrating. That's for sure. But I find if I stick with one during these times to specific setups, knowing how price basically behaves with liquidity sweeps. I want to just share my tab again. And where has my trading sessions gone? There we go.
Yes.
You can look here at the NASDAQ. Okay, it's on a 1 minute time frame. I can have it on any time frame. But here we have the Tokyo session or the Asian session. Look what happens during the London session. Takes out Tokyo session. Right? Here we have the same thing. We have a small bearish fair value gap. As price takes out the Tokyo session, Asian session, immediately reverse to the upside. Here we didn't get a bullish fair value gap, but we got an inverse fair value gap that you could have used. And what does price do? It continuously trends upwards for the remaining of the day. Now, whether you want the good risk-reward ratio, how you want to trade that, who knows? But I find for those that, let's say, live in London or like me that also, live in a time zone that I can't trade too late into the US session, then I've seen this work really well on the what's this name, the FTSE 100, for example, that trades during the UK sessions, their indice that they see. I mean, we've got another retest of that inverse over there, and boom, Bob's your uncle. So yeah,
Yes.
rather stick to your setups, Robert. Don't jump from one to the other, because as soon as you do that, you're probably going to find yourself jumping from the one to the other. And I've done that many times. And you never stick long enough to one strategy to build that confidence and so forth. And, you're never going to find consistency. These are like some people will call market maker models, these liquidity sweeps or liquidity runs, whatever they want to call it. But they occur over and over again. And they occur under any market condition. But the question is, are you patient enough to wait for that to happen, wait for it to set up, know what to look for, and then trade it and do that consistently? And unfortunately, a lot of traders don't. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth over there. Robert, just stick to your setups, but it's the best thing you can do at the moment. And reduce those lot size, especially if you, I also find that if you're going through a drawdown or something, rather than keeping to the 1% all the time, maybe start reducing your lot size just to gain that confidence again so that you can, hopefully recover whatever you've lost. And then, at some stage, maybe increase the lot size again, but obviously not risk too much per any given trade either. It's very difficult, right? It's very difficult. Igor, you want something you want to add there? We still have 3 minutes. Are you still there,
soon.
Igor?
Screen. Okay. Just to show what I'm watching. Of course, I'm watching the US, the British pound dollar right now.
Yeah.
And what I'm so top zone, the point of interest, and you can see right now how we oscillate and fighting here
at that POC, right? Yeah,
we can range 10 pips last that so 1.356. Everything will change. Then either we will be stronger rejection, either we will go through that and the strong movement upside.
Yeah.
So this situation that we have right now, it's something normalize the volume profile.
Are you still there, Igor? You're breaking up a bit. I think we also reached the end of the session. Can you hear me, Igor?
on this price level. Do you hear me? I hear you well.
Yeah, I can hear you.
But very often I see how disappear here. Yes. So I hope that other people don't see interruption when I talk. Anyway, I just hear your all this story about Robert's strategy. It's really I think to pick one asset and to keep a couple trades and not to overtrade, because overtrading and chasing is so dangerous, because I know how many times even today sometimes I wish to chase, and I sometimes chase because I have confidence, and that confidence change your mind shift, and it can be really dangerous.
Absolutely.
But I hope, Robert, and that you will have a luck with trading and good setup. See you
Yeah,
next
and have a
day.
good working day, Robert. Guys, we've reached
So
the
as
end
I
of the
see, we're
session.
end of the session.
Yeah. Thanks for watching. For those
Yes.
watching, please stick around for the next round of coaches. Thanks for joining today. Hopefully you enjoyed. Yeah, and hopefully I'll be back tomorrow during the morning session. So I hope to see you then. Thanks very much, Igor. Take care that side, and goodbye.
Greetings, people. Why are we looking so weird on the left-hand side?
Right. What's going on?
What's going on? Oh, there we go. How's it going, guys? Paul, Michael,
Hey.
great to see you again.
As always, happy Tuesday, guys.
Yeah, same.
You looking extra crisp today. We should hit the hit the cryptocurrency lottery or something.
Not
He
as bling as you, my friend.
Not as
He
bling as
washed
you.
his hair.
I didn't wash my hair.
All right. Well, how was your guys' day? Did you find any opportunities? Like, just need to close.
Yeah, I got one actually.
Yeah.
Just one. Today was super crazy because of yesterday too. When I know you want to go first, Jannie. When I get on, I'll show you guys.
You can go first. You can go first. Not a problem.
Oh, why not? Why not? So
yeah, no, I didn't. I didn't have a good day today. My pound US dollar trade got stopped out. And there was also a gold trade that I took that also didn't work out. It's like, okay. All right. Bring it on.
Yep. It was definitely some manipulation yesterday, I'd say, right? Because matter of fact, let me share my screen really quick. This is really crazy, guys. Like, I didn't take these trades, but I was super close to. And the fact that I missed it, which kind of doesn't count, is different. We'll get back to this. This is what I took today, so it's slightly up. But we're looking at, first off, GBP, Euro GBP. This pissed me off so bad. And I can't even lie. Like this, yeah, they market makers did a good job with this one, right? Because yesterday I was looking at this with my whole group, right? We see the 5,200 cross, as I always say. So, you know, we're looking for the, whoops, let me screw this down. 5,200 cross. So, you know, we're looking for the, we're in level 2. We're looking for the W off the 200, right? At this point, this is what we're looking for. They did a real funky, funny kind of thing with this one, and it threw me off a little bit. And then I'll finish it off with this part, right? So we got this kind of funky W structure. This, I'm gonna say this kind of didn't count too much. I really wasn't worried about it because it didn't close above. So I wasn't interested in that move, but I was interested in the next move, which should be a bounce and then, you know, go up, right? But the thing was, if you look at this, whoops. If you check this move out, right? This candle, which was so close to closing, right? I wasn't up for this, so it kind of doesn't count, but I was expecting this to run up in yesterday's session, and it didn't. They kind of held the level, right? You can kind of see this first leg, they kind of, you know, retested it over here, super close, right? Even if you would have took this later in the day, once it got down here and closed, I would have closed this trade if I was in it or not. I would have closed it. Because for me, my exit signal, and I'll just bring this up. I can't spell exit signal. I'm a math person, not a typing person, right? So exit signal is
yeah, you like your typing.
I can type, but I can't. I don't know if it's gonna be right. So once this closed below this 13 EMA on this candle, this was a closed position, right? Like one, it closed on the chart, and then two, the RSI line went below the signal, right? So this was a closed trade. But what's crazy was right after that, they came right back around, hit it one more time, tested this same level, right around the same area. And then this green candle that went up, you thought would have closed above here, that would have gave you an entry signal. The fact that it didn't, it came up and closed back below the 13 and the 50. This is not an entry signal, not at all. But what happens after this? One huge candle that just jumps all the way up in one move, and you miss the move. Missed it.
Yeah.
So this was annoying all in itself. Like, and I was telling my group today, like, technically we didn't miss this move because they didn't give us an entry signal. They just ran without us. So this is what I would call an outlier. Like, this happens about 20% of the time, right? Out of 10 times, something like this will happen twice, right? So not too big of a deal, but it sucks to have the whole read on the whole play and not be able to get into it. Like, I was watching this yesterday because I always say, guys, remember, once the 5,200 cross, you're looking for the run, the next move off the 200 EMA. So they did it in one candle. Annoying as hell. This was annoying. When I woke up today and I saw my 5 alerts, 5 emails saying that, hey, entry signal, move stop loss to break even, and TP smack, I was pissed off. I can't even lie. I was upset about this today. Like, I just was really annoying. So this was one, right? This is what happened on Euro GBP. The other one I was looking at is the opposite, which was GCAD, right? GC. Same exact thing happened the other way, just on the shorts. Look at this one candle. One candle went from all the way up here, break even, TP smack right here. Ridiculous, guys. Ridiculous. Like, I literally couldn't believe that this happened on 2 things in one day. So this definitely pissed me off, right? Same exact thing, just the other way around. 5,200 cross. We're looking for the move off the 200. This doesn't count for the simple fact that if you look down, you see the yellow line is below this static line, the white dash line, right? This isn't anything. This isn't anything for the same reason. You see the market baseline is still below the static. But once we get over here, now we're talking, right? The same thing, though. Market baseline, if you look closely, is still below the static line, right? But what happens? This thing comes up, and in one candle, it comes from all the way up here, runs to TP in 1 hour. And at this point, as you can see, just check this out. Right? Once the market baseline cross, well, 5,200 cross over here, the market baseline doesn't come above the static and touch the 50, because right here it goes above, but it doesn't touch the 200 until right here. Right? Until right here. And what happens in this move? One candle. This thing does this. In one candle. This is actually manipulation, like, to be honest. This is what I would call classic market maker manipulation.
Yeah, my losses was also purely just because of manipulation. It's not because of like lack of kind of, my analysis or anything. It was definitely manipulation. But you're right.
When I had 2 stops, it's definitely because I was rubbish that day.
No, but that's and there was no news, right?
So that was the next thing I was going to say. And to top it all off, there was no news, right?
Yeah.
So this is another reason I can tell that this was manipulated. And if you look at the candles, right, I always talk about a shift candle. There's no wicks on the top. There's no wicks on the bottom. They literally moved this from here to here in one move. This happened fast as hell in 1 hour.
That's a big move, yeah.
It's a huge move. They literally took back, I can't even count how many hours of work this is for them to work up and collect contracts from all the way back here to going up to here to take out everything in 1 hour. Manipulation. All day. Manipulation. So both of those moves really pissed me off, to be totally honest, guys. Like, I told my group, I'm like, look, if there was a close below and then the next candle did this drop, then we missed the move. But the fact that this all happened in one candle, there was no room to get in at all. And for you to try to take a pullback of a retest around here and then drop, could you take it? Yeah, you could. But is it riskier? Yes, it is. It's much riskier. You easily could have took this move, from here and, try something. you know, back to the lows. You could have tried this. But for me, that's a risky move. I just wouldn't try something like that. Right? So it kind of pissed me off, I'll be totally honest. I had a very interesting trading day, right? So when I saw this morning, I had to tell myself, all right, Mike, do not do nothing stupid today because you're mad. Don't do anything stupid. So just keep, you know, be level headed. I actually went for a run this morning and like the whole thing because this pissed me off. It was two of them, not just one. This was two. I literally was looking at these two trades yesterday. This was an easy 6% on two moves, guys. Like easy. Easy. Right? So I had to calm myself down, but I did catch this player move today, CAD Swiss, right? Which we're looking pretty good on right now, right? Same move all over again, right? 5,200 cross, and we're looking for that W pattern. But again, the market baseline has to go below the static. So the cross is here. If you look, you can see that the market baseline didn't do anything until here, right? So I was looking at this move for the W going long, which I'm in right now. So yeah, that was my roller coaster of a trading day is what I would call it. I'm actually in this, I say right now, not too heavy. I am on this on 2 accounts. So we got the full position on this trade. If we do hit on this, risking 21 to make 23. So just a 1-for-1 on this, not too huge. So like a quarter away there right now, but guys, this was crazy move on those two.
Yeah, I don't even.
And I do want to point out gold for you real quick.
Yeah, please do. I want to get your take on gold.
Yep. So I'm gonna tell you this. I almost took gold too, right? And this is literally was a topic of the discussion today. It was a learning moment because you even see I even got the it's already set up. Because reason being is, and this is the craziest thing, guys, because this is why I'm so adamant about I really need everything to work out the way it's supposed to. So when I have my 5,200 cross, and I actually want to back it up just a little bit to really show the whole thing, right? So, right. So I'll put this here. Then I'll just do it like this. Whoops. That was supposed to be like that. That was supposed to be like this. Yeah. All right. So the structure is so important. This is why I follow this so heavily, because to me, it's everything. Right. So I was looking at gold like I really was. Like even right now, it's still not ready right now for shorts. Did you go short or you bought it, Jannie?
No, you'll see in a moment. No, I was looking for a long position.
Oh, okay. So this is short to me. This is short all day. So we got this move, we got the run down, and when I tell you when it touches the 200 EMA, I'm not looking for the level 1 move anymore. I'm looking for the level 2 move. So at this point, I am looking for an M structure to go short here, but it's not ready just quite yet. And also the other key is, well, one is this is the level 1 trade, right? So I would be willing to take a bounce from the 50 to the 200, but it's too tight. And as you can see, price already touched the 200. So my level 1 move is dead. My next move is to take level 2 trades, which again, I only take these 2. All right. I'm staying away from 3. I'm only taking 1 and 2. All right. Whoops. Right. So I'm only taking these 2 moves, but once this crossed and this move kind of started up, we have no reload just yet. Like if you look at the market baseline, I'm looking for this to do this and then come down. The fact that it's missing this reload, this is not ready yet. And we also have outside the band. My next move I'm looking for is inside the band and then drop. So I'm looking more for something to happen like that. Right? So we were looking at this morning too. Cat Swiss was number one play after we missed / couldn't get in. The other two. This was the next move. Is gold shorts. And mainly because, again, the 5,200 has crossed to the downside. So if this does set up like this, I'll gladly take it, which I told everybody, this is the next play of the day. I'll just do this really quick. Can I see this? Right. So like this is it, right? So like the percentage for me, we got 5 days out of the week. Each day is about 20%, right? So Monday, no trades. Tuesday, no trades. So tomorrow coming into it, I'm really focused on Wednesday and Thursday. And mainly because we didn't have news yesterday, we have news today, but we have Wednesday news at 8:30, which is fine. The loans is before 9. I'm cool with that because I mainly take trades at the 9 o'clock candle with the 4-hour confirmation. Same exact thing with Thursday. So I really want to trade the present, which will be my trade of the week, Wednesday or Thursday. Friday, we have news at 10. So I'm not really too thrilled about Friday because it's late news for me.
Is that 100% for you going to risk 100% or what's that?
No, so the 100% means
I was hoping you say yes.
No, I would never do that. But for me, right, like I always like to think of it as it's going to be one, what I would say, Mona Lisa happening a week, at least one. So if it doesn't happen on Monday, and I like to disperse that between the 5 days, right? If it's not on Monday, then I'm dispersing the rest of it between Tuesday to Friday. So, it's a little bit higher. So I'm just adding that percentage is carrying over to the next day, in essence. So what I like to think is, out of 100%, tomorrow is a 60% chance that the play of the week is going to happen on Wednesday. If it don't happen on Wednesday, on Thursday, it's an 80% chance that the play of the week is going to happen on Thursday. If nothing happens from Monday to Thursday, on Friday, it's going to be the play of the week. That's how I like to think of it as. Because it's going to be at least one. And I'm saying this is now, because if you guys remember from April 2nd until like the past, I want to say 4 weeks, maybe 5, trades have been showing up pretty good lately. So now that we're back in,
that's how I feel about May. May was very good. I think even I think, Paul, that's when you also had like really good setups. So the month of May, I think, was good for regardless of your strategy. Interestingly enough,
May was awesome.
Yeah, June I'm struggling. I mean, June is not the same for me. I'm not saying I wouldn't say struggle, but it's definitely much slower compared to May.
Yeah, in my opinion, the end of April, like that last week, because the very first trade I took on that, it was a Euro AUD, and that was like a Mona Lisa trade for me. And then all May was amazing, and I like to think that things kind of weathered out, right? Like with this whole administration and trade war, stuff kind of got priced in, and now we're kind of back to the regular scheduled programming, is what I like to think. So trades have been popping off. Like even for me I can't say miss, I don't want to use that word, but EG, and this was an amazing trade, guys. Like this is what I was looking for. 5,200 cross. I'm looking for the move off the 200 running up. We just had a, I guess, parabolic move straight up with this one candle, which was crazy. And then again, same thing with GBP CAD. Like the moves are happening. So we're back to, there's no commercial break. The commercial break is over with.
Yeah.
Right. So
hey, Andre. Hi, Robert. Nice to see you again. Oh, Andre's been you went fishing. Nice.
Hey.
He wants to know if anything has changed in the pound US dollar. I mean, Michael, that's one of the pairs you look at, right? Well, you missed a lot, Andre, actually.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling these too much. Right. So the next move on GBP, and I'll do GU and GJ, and I'll pass it over. But the next two moves, as you guys already know, like the same exact cycle, right? Like we've done this a million times. Same exact cycle, like all the time. I can tell right now from where we are, right? This is the 1350 cross, is the first one. The next one is the 5200 cross on the second one. So we're right here. This is past. Why? Because we already touched the 200. I'm not interested in this move anymore. The next move I'm interested in on GU, which if this sets up, I will gladly take this, is for the 50 and the 200 to cross. Now I know I'm in level 2, right? This is level 2. It's the same thing as right here. I will gladly take a move that looks like this. M structure to the 800 EMA. And it'll look something like this. I will take this move all day long. All day long, I will take this move. But these are the only two. Level 1. Whoops. Level 1 and level 2. Level 1 move is gone. Level 2 move is next up. If this happens, I'll take it. If it doesn't happen, it's nothing. There's no trade. So on GU, I'm not interested in it until it does this exact thing. This is a chart. Simultaneously, the market baseline will come above the static to reload, grab those pending orders going long, and yank it down. Right?
Reload.
Yeah. This is it. This is the bread and butter right here for GU right here. This is it. This is everything. You can grab this, close below the 13 and the 50. Target is the 800 EMA. This would be nice. Almost a 1 for 2. If you can get a nice pullback, you might even get a 2 for 1. But until this happens, I'm not interested in GU at all. Like, not at all. Same thing with GJ. GJ is the other way around, right? I already even have this marked up. We got the 5200 cross. Market baseline needs to go below. I got the R for the reload. If it does something like this, fine. To me, though, the move is not done yet. We got the outside the band here. And this is one leg. There's no other leg right now. So you can't take this just yet. This needs to come down and then run up. The market baseline is still above the static. They need to come down and then go up. So I'm not interested until it does this. GU and GJ, for me, has been out of play for a little minute. So I'm looking for these moves to happen. All right. I'm sure you guys notice I say the same thing like every session.
Yeah, I was wondering, is it really you? Or are you just like pressing play from some recording or what?
Dude, I promise you, it's the market maker cycle.
No, it's not. No, I mean, obviously it's based on what's happening right now. So it's good to see you apply the same thing based on what the market looks like right now, and that's what makes it different.
Even Cat Swiss, right? Let's go back to Cat Swiss. Cat Swiss is running right now. Let's look at this. This isn't by coincidence. This is definitely designed. Like 5200 cross right here. The next move is the bounce off the 200. Primarily a W structure, right? With the reload. The reload is small, but it's right here. The market baseline went below the static right here, right? All before this, the yellow was above this dotted white line right here. But once it got here, and it's because people went short below this. So they want to yank it away from them, activate those orders, build the books, and then run the other direction. That's why it's running straight up right now. Right? Let's see.
Beautiful.
We're We're in this trade at 06. 06 is right here, literally right here.
Oh, so
No
you're in
drop.
that trade right now, right?
Yeah, we in this. I'm actually in this on 2 of my accounts. This is gorgeous. And again, this is the same thing over and over, boring style, right? Like it's nothing ever changes. It's the same thing. It's just a level 2 trade. Once the 5,200 cross, this is level 2. That's it. I'm looking for the W or the M off the 200 going. In this case, since the 200 is below the 50, I'm looking for W's. I'm long. Same thing with, if you guys remember, on gold. Where we at? Gold. Right? Same exact thing, just let me take all of this off. This is ugly. Same exact thing, just the other way. Right? And this is, I think I mentioned, it's not a, so sometimes it's not a W, sometimes it's a head and shoulders pattern, right? So you got the left shoulder, head, right shoulder, close above. That's it. This thing ran all the way up here. It's the same exact move that I'm in right now. Level 2 W / head and shoulders pattern off the 200. Same move. You got the reload. Market baseline went below the static right here. Activated those pending short orders. Come right above. Long. Same thing over and over again. My mentor used to say SSDD. Same stuff, different day. Now on the flip side, 5,200 cross here, right? Just how I mentioned earlier today, the next move, even though this looks like this is short right now, it's still not ready, right? 5,200 cross here. I'm just looking for this M structure to go here. This will eventually, and again, obviously, it might be one of those 20% of the time where it just runs down here, but I wouldn't take this here. But if this comes, makes a second leg, retest this area, this market baseline, as you can see, is below the static now. It's not above here. If this comes above and does something like that for the reload, I will take this again, just short. Target is the 800. That's it. Same thing over and over and over and over and over again.
That's great. It is, but I think even with that strategy, it probably takes a little bit of time just to get you to train your eye to see those opportunities, you know?
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
I get people who like, how long will it take for me to see this? I'm like, I can't answer that question for you. Like that's not a time question. It might take 3 months, it might take 6, it might take 2 years. It might take a minute to see this, but it's there. It's the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It depends from, it's an individual thing, you know?
Yeah.
It will take some people longer than others. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that, Michael.
Of course.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I'm not even. Did you finish or did I?
No, I was done. That's why I got off. I was done.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay, so I'm going to start with the pound US dollar. I got the one I got stopped out of. This is the one. I don't know if you know about this, Michael. I think Paul has. Well, obviously, Paul hears everything I have to say on a daily basis, but because we rotate the coaches, I repeat certain things, so they just to bring them up to speed with what I've been doing. But you see, this horizontal red line here. Oh, and the viewers as well. Hey, if you've heard me say this before, yeah, there's another opportunity to hear the same thing. Andre, I'll get back to you on the pound US dollar. Well, actually, maybe I'll answer it in the next few sentences. But this horizontal line you can see there, that's actually the weekly resistance area that we broke out of, and then we came to retest it. So that is the perfect entry, which I had, and then I moved it to break even. But anyway, so then we broke out of this resistance area here. We came to retest that, and that's where I took my second entry. Okay. And we went up all the way to that resistance area. And yesterday it was looking, well, I think we came pretty close to my stop loss anyway, and then we bounced back off. But as I've mentioned yesterday, my entry is not ideal, and it was a bit flimsy because it's like pretty much bang in the middle of the range. That was a very, very good entry, but I'm not in it anymore. But today we just kind of crashed, very similar to that euro pound you showed earlier, Michael. It just wicked lower, stopped me out, and then moved back up. But it's this, what I can see here is this is a mess, right? This is an absolute mess. It's not a good time to look for any entries, in my opinion. I think it's either have to come back down to this 1.343 level, but then you got to really make sure you bounce off there. But I wouldn't like it if it does come down there, because it will really kind of weaken the whole this strong retest level. So I don't really like that. And if we lose this level, then I think we could potentially go lower. So what I ideally would like to see is for price to move back up and break this high there. That is when I will start to pay attention again to the pound US dollar. But right now, for me, it's dead. Okay, I'm not interested in this. I'm not sure what your take is on that. If you just look, maybe I'll go to the 1 hour time frame as well. If you look at this, not so much of a structure. It's a messy range. Would you agree with that?
For sure. You kind of can't tell where it's at. It already topped out to the left. And now it's like in the middle of it a little bit.
Yeah. Do you agree with that, Paul?
I do. It is looking quite difficult. Let's have a look. No, I mean,
okay. So this is the 1 hour time frame. So obviously you don't have a lot of context, but it's just based on, let's go to the 4 hour time frame, right? With a bullish bias over the longer term, in terms of looking for potential entries. Would you agree that this is probably not the best area to look for that entry?
We need more. We need more.
Yeah, we definitely need to add a few candles. So I'm out of this trade. So yeah, this first entry I got a break even, and the second one was a loss. So okay, well now you just have to, not you, I'm just going to stand back a little bit and wait for something to unfold that makes sense, that's fairly easy to read and hopefully easy to trade. When I say hopefully easy to trade, I mean the entry criteria is clear. Very similar to this inside candle right off the bounce of the weekly breakout. Just perfect entry. Even if you took this trade and took a profit over there, that's a 1-to-4. That's a 1-to-4 risk reward ratio.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but definitely still bullish on the pound US dollar over the longer term. But that doesn't mean it's going to come. There's not going to be any pullbacks or periods like this where you're just in this ugly range. That's going to happen. So it really is important to wait for key levels and then start to focus on price action. Okay, so that's the pound US dollar. Do you have any questions on that? I think we're all on the same page here. Even I think, Michael, you also mentioned the pound US dollar is not something you're interested in right now.
Not yet.
But you may potentially be interested in the short, right? So that's interesting. And that's definitely not off the table here. So if we do lose this level, that's what I'm saying. This is the weekly resistance. The weekly resistance that we broke out of. So this is now support. This is the weekly support area. So if we're going to break that, I may have to stay away from the pound US dollar even longer then. We'll just have to wait and see until that happens. But where we are right now, I'm looking for price to go to this 1.359 level before I'll be interested again in looking at an opportunity. Not right now. Yeah. Does that answer your question? I know you didn't even ask that question, Andre. Maybe I did, because you asked what was it? Pound US dollar making a pullback to rise or future correction? Well, I understand your question, but it's literally a case of just kind of take it one candle at a time and just look at how price unfolds. And identify the key levels and then look at how price behaves off those levels. I don't know if it's going to correct deeper or just push up. I don't know. I'm waiting for it to tell me what it's doing, and then I kind of just go with what it's doing, if that makes any sense. Robert says, oh, I see Sam didn't want you to swing the NQ competition. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Is there like a competition going on, Robert? What's going on? All right, so anyway, that's the pound US dollar. So I've just put that on ice for now. I saw Bitcoin yesterday in the session. I looked at this third touch, and I wanted to see how price behaved at that level. And then we looked at the 15-minute time frame, and we saw this first little shoulder, if you will, of a potential double top. And then in the session, we were at that resistance level, and towards the end, in the session was all, no, it's not going to come down for the double top. It's just going to move higher. So there was no trade based on that. Okay, so even when you do identify the key level, price action may not play along, and then you just stand back. You don't just press the button. I've said that many times. Just because you had a key level, you don't just press the button. You wait for price action to play along. But it looks like it. I've marked that level over here, which is this resistance over here. That's the first lower high of the all-time high, and it found resistance there, and now it's rejecting. But I still feel this is also. This is also. And obviously, Paul, you can come in here, but this is also a little bit messy. In terms of like what level would you look for now to say, all right, we add a level of interest? Because for me, this entire area here, right from the highest high to this pullback, is a bit tricky. Now, I know you can say, okay, well, what we can do is we can look for, let me just delete all these lines, not too many of them. Bear with me 5 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That support level there. You can identify that. So the 106.7 level, but this is just a 1 hour time frame. I'm not even looking at multiple time frames here, but that could potentially be, depending on how significant that level is. How significant is this level to you, Paul? 106.7. Is that a level you're looking at, or not really?
What was it? The level 106.
106.70, 106.700.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely a level I'm looking at. Yeah, coming down probably to retest it at the moment by the looks of it. Yeah.
So so we'll see if price. But do you think from there, are you expecting it to go much higher, or what's your take on that?
Well, the back pattern has been confirmed due to the move above 106, just on that lower time frame on the hourly, and obviously we're a hair's breadth away from all-time highs again. So a pullback, of course, to 106.700, that area, just to find its feet. That makes sense. But we've essentially kind of come right into the range, almost got to the top, or at least the top of the main range, as opposed to the little bit where it just eked above 110. So coming back down, so that's a really good breakout. It's strong because now we've got a whole range to come back down to support, which means it's going to be more buyers showing up, as opposed to if you just kind of popped above 107,000 and then just tried to retest it. So I think because buyers are already trying to come in, so I think around 106, 700, 900, that would be a great place to get a bounce from. But we may not reach that. We may bounce upwards from here, because it seems to be finding its feet a little bit. So,
okay, all right. So, that's Bitcoin. Obviously, Paul will talk a lot more about that in a moment. The one I wanted to show you, I wanted to show you all of them, but this one is gold. Now, this is the long position I took yesterday. In yesterday's session, we had this diagonal line. We showed that it came back for the support. It did find support and it came back to this resistance, and then it came lower again, making a higher low, and then forming, I think it was probably a bit clearer on the 4 hour or the 1 hour, but this almost like a double bottom formation, right? And then we broke out of this resistance area. Now, this level here is obviously the neckline, but that was not the reason for the entry. The reason for the entry was this bounce off that support level and this candle, the body engulfing the previous candle. That was the reason. And then I waited for the new candle just to break the high, which it did, and with the stop loss just below this candle. So it moved in favor. It looked beautiful at the time. Like, yeah, I'm going to get it. My take profit was going to be over here. Right there. So that would have been not even a great trade, like 1, 2, 3. I suppose that is a great trade. But if you waited for the neckline, then the same thing, right? The new candle had to break the high of the new candle first, and that never happened. So if you were waiting for the neckline to be broken first for the confirmed double bottom, then you would have avoided that trade because it just never followed through. I took that trade and I got stopped out. But I think there's the one thing that I've noted with this particular trade, like, whenever you have a loss, you need to go and look at the trade you play, because sometimes you do everything right and it just doesn't work, and other times you look at like, okay, there's a reason for the trade, etc., but is there potentially something you've missed, right? And I feel in this particular case, the thing that I've missed, so this is like almost like a bit of sloppy and analysis, a bit of sloppy analysis. And the reason for that is because I don't have a strong bias. If you look at the pound US dollar, I have a very strong bias on the pound US dollar, right? With like on the longer time frames where it's likely to go and the reasons behind it and so on. Yesterday and yesterday's session, Paul, you'll obviously remember this. Like, I was not sure whether my bias is long or short, right? Now, and I just went off this very narrow view of what I could see here, without a strong bias. So I feel that was not necessarily a mistake, but more of a, I missed something. Does that make sense? Maybe you can put that into the mistake category. Fine. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. So what I like to say is, right, like when I go to journal and tag my trades, like what happened, there's a list of mistakes that you can make, right? Like, and it's all based on what you trade, how you trade, what your mistakes might be. But there is a other separate list that's what I would call a natural loss, right? Like, you did nothing wrong with this. This is just one of those trades that no matter what you did, you weren't going to win this. This is a natural loss versus, for me, it might be the 5,200 didn't cross. There was no reload. I did this, whatever. So it's two separate categories in essence, right?
Yeah.
But as long as you can distinguish what happened, if it wasn't a natural loss.
Yeah, this is a tricky one as well. It's not that tricky because there is I can tell you exactly the reason why I entered the trade, but it's just like, do I really believe do I really have a bias? Do I really have a strong bullish bias if I zoom out and look at this picture here? No. Right. And this is exactly what we spoke about yesterday, and that was my stance. I don't know, right? But today, based on this diagonal support level, broke above that resistance level, came back down, forming that double top, and that was the reason for the trade. Even if I did have a strong bias, then I'm not saying if I did have a strong bias it would have worked, because obviously it didn't work. But that was, for me, that was one part that lacked from this particular trade. I don't have a strong bias on gold. It's not the same as when we were bouncing off this. You see this beautiful support level on the daily time frame, right? Bias is long, very clear bias. It's no two ways about it. Now compare something that's this clear to where we are right now. It's not even almost the same thing. right? And there's no clear level on even on the daily time frame. If you look at the daily time frame here, it's very, very difficult to tell or to stack your probabilities in favor of one thing happening over another based on where you are right now in price action. So just on that alone, okay, what's your bias here? What's your bias here? Well, definitely long, right? There's no question. There's no maybe this or maybe that. It's very, very clear. This is not very, very clear. That's what I'm trying to point out. So that was one thing that was missing off this trade, but okay. So I think on gold, yeah, Michael, I think you were looking to take a short. I don't think that's a bad shout, to be honest. But for me, based on how I trade, I'm gonna step back on gold until I can get something that excites me again. In this particular pair, there's nothing really that stands out for me on gold right now. The pound US dollar is slightly different. I mean, I'm interested in that level there, right? I'm interested in that level. So I definitely have a strong bias, but now I'm just waiting for a key level and then I'll take it from there. Okay. I don't have the same thing on gold. So yeah, we've been through those ones. The NASDAQ, I just had a quick glance at the NASDAQ earlier, and we still pretty much where we were yesterday, I think. 9, yeah, we're pretty much exactly the same spot. A lot of, I mean, this has to be, I didn't even look at the smaller time frames, but Robert, what was today like in the NASDAQ? Must have been, it looks like it was a very rough day. Oh, gee, look at that. What was this? See, this happened. This move looks like it happened all over the place. That sudden big move that you showed earlier on the euro pound, Michael. That was definitely that was present on the pound US dollar as well. I did not expect such a sharp, but I mean that's the markets, right? Expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah, just back on the NASDAQ on the 4 hours, so the slightly longer time frames, we're definitely forming this wedge. So, but it just doesn't want to break out. It could pull back to this it looks like it's coming down and then push up, but for me this is a pretty tricky place to get in at. I mean, how would you trade this? I think I've asked you this before, Paul, like when you get to this level here, do you think it's tradable? And I think you mentioned that I don't think you said like yes right now buy or anything, but it is possible to trade based on what you can see here, right? This ascending triangle, and with a possible pop right up to the previous highs, or maybe, right up to the previous highs. Now the previous highs. I mean, you know the way I trade. I don't like to trade. Those are the worst times for me to trade. It's like when you're in a strong uptrend and you add a resistance area, a key resistance area on a longer time frame. They're the most difficult to trade out of all the ways you can possibly trade. Like if it just breaks out and then it retested, that's much easier to read and to trade. But when you just like right at the previous high, that's a pretty tricky area to trade. So it will be interesting to see if we first of all get there, and how it will behave once we're at that level. So yeah, on the NASDAQ, I'd like to just wait for the previous highs, and then I'll start to pay attention to what's happening at that level. But for now, I mean, I don't like, I wouldn't trade this based. Let me just explain to you why I don't like this. I don't like ascending triangles as a premise for a trade. This is the catalyst for the trade is an ascending triangle. No, if I'm at a major support level on, say, a weekly support level, and I see this on the 1 hour time frame, then for sure, okay, because this is not the premise for the trade. This is the trigger for the premise that actually lies elsewhere. Am I making sense?
Gotcha.
All right. Yeah, I think so.
You don't sound sure, Paul. Come on, hit me with a question. Come on.
Okay, so obviously we understand the principle of why an ascending triangle or descending triangle has probabilities slightly skewed in the bullish or bearish favor, right? Because obviously, sellers in this case are getting attacked. Obviously, this is an indices or whatever, but sellers are getting attacked whilst higher lows are being put in, putting pressure. So you're just kind of doing this until you eventually break out, right? So I get that, and I get it's obviously, if I was trading it, it's the first thing I'm looking for. I'm not going to necessarily, but obviously you could just look for a candle body close and buy the breakout or wait for a retest. Is that kind of what you meant? You just kind of, it's the first signal, and then you're waiting to try and figure out how to then enter the trade. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. Yeah.
So that's so that's where we are on the NASDAQ. Robert says he just missed the drop, but it was just ranging the opening range.
Hang on, guys. I'll be right back.
No problem. Oof. Yeah, I didn't trade it, but look at this. This is now, I feel sorry for the scalpers.
What is that? Wick?
Gee, look at this.
Oh man, they got you. They got someone good there.
Have we got? Oh man, Robert, how did it go today? Did you manage to get a couple of good ones in? I didn't even, as I said, I didn't even look at that part of the markets today. Yeah, so I think based on everything, it's just the pound US dollar that I'm interested in. Waiting for a good price level, and then hopefully it will be a recognizable read in terms of some sort of pattern that makes sense at that level. Then I'll trade that. But for now, I'm on the sidelines. So where's Michael just left? But so that's it from me for now. Paul, please, if you could do us the what's the word? Is the favor, the honors, whatever. You know what I mean. Please, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
It's mainly setups today for any budding crypto traders. But let's just have a look at what Bitcoin's been doing. I haven't been paying attention, I must admit. I've been looking at other stuff. So, I think this is probably the most relevant time frame. Really nice move up to the kind of top of this range. Confirmed this harmonic. And obviously this is just one pattern on one time frame. There's others which conflict, obviously. And here we are. So you can see if it comes back down to TP1, that's a really nice retrace, a sizable retrace where you'll see potentially buyers looking to come in here. And it is a pretty tight trend line. There's not much ambiguity, actually, to be fair. So you could see a nice strong bounce if we come down here. But I mean, I won't be coming in here. It's just too close. But coming back down here, nice retrace, significant retrace, almost kind of the whole of the range. Yeah, so I agree about that level. Let's just look at another chart and so Bitcoin dominance. This is the thing, isn't it? Right. So Bitcoin confirmed. Bitcoin confirmed this reversal, right? And then look what happens to Bitcoin dominance. Everyone starts entering altcoin positions again because they think that, well, the downtrend's over potentially. And now you see this is breaking down, which is good for altcoins. And we've got this whole space maybe for next week or so to have some good trading. And that's kind of the deal. But again, I don't want to focus too much on this chart, but it's quite intimidating with Bitcoin, of course. But if you can see, if we break all-time highs, which is what's all-time highs? I'm sorry, it's been a long day. 112 exactly, I think it was. 112 exactly. And where does that put us? So 112 is right on this line, right? Now, you can see very easily, all we need to do is pop our head up above here, and potentially we're away. So, it could be a very interesting next few days and weeks. And obviously, when we're looking at this chart, talking about the previous percentage increases following the golden crosses, well, we're just on the back of one again. And again, look, you can look. You're not necessarily going to go straight up like this. You can see there is a variety of movements following a golden cross, and this one wasn't particularly fantastic, but it still put in 60-odd% just about. So we can see coming up here. So I think Bitcoin is doing fine. It's doing its thing, and that's great. But the thing we always want to pay attention to is what the altcoins are doing, and this is Total 3 versus Bitcoin, and we're still struggling. Bitcoin is still outpacing. And even though we've had a bit of movement, for sure, it's just a waiting game for alts. But we do, however, have that signal from Bitcoin dominance. We've got a breakdown, and if you zoom in a little bit closer, then you'll be able to get a better look exactly how to trade it with altcoins. But let's just go through a few setups. These are a few successful ones. This was Sol, bounced off the top of the golden zone, quick 15%. The move, obviously, we've talked about previously. Just yesterday, had a nice bounce following this bear trap, which is kind of, I think, as we said, Jannie, it's kind of exactly what you were saying about these first touches, following like these insecure kind of pass-throughs of support. So move, really good trade. And comp is still going, actually. It's put in more gains today. This was a top altcoin pick a week ago, a couple of weeks ago, I think. Not the obviously we were trading the breakout of here, but if you were looking to come in on the retest of this area, I mean, I wouldn't have. We obviously would have got stopped out. But the key thing to recognize when you're trading these setups is, you know, when you're having if you just zoom in, just a little bit of education here, but this kind of price action where it's just really struggling to consistently find its feet can be very difficult to trade. And obviously we've had the moving average causing a lot of problems following this breakout. So this has been very difficult price action. But if you had identified that this is the essential bullish line in the sand to watch, you can see this nice bounce off here. You could just see this retrace, right? And then you just wait, because look, the moving average now has got a nice confluence with the horizontal line. So you'd recognize that and you say, okay, so this was quite difficult to trade. So I'm just going to set an alert on this line, wait for the price action to come back up. Then I'm going to reassess. And then you could reassess and you'll see, well, this is no longer acting as resistance, which caused all of us so many problems. And now we've had a strong move, and then you can just look to come in and so forth. So, but again, this is such difficult volatility to trade off as well. So I'm not suggesting it's the easiest of things to trade, but nonetheless, this is an example of, you know, just waiting for confirmation, bullish confirmation, and then just letting the market settle down, because this is the breakout and it wants to go up here, but Bitcoin and the world economy is messing around, and obviously we got stuck because of this. So very difficult trading, but comp did put in some moves, which is nice to see. But yes, here we are. This is the previous top altcoin pick, FXS, still in play. With this support, it's just kind of ranging around here. And I'm okay with that. It's a very straightforward kind of SR flip situation here. Now, ideally, you want to have the 200 MA coming up to give you a bit of support. So if you're looking to enter on the support again, probably the third touch is probably the only one you're going to be looking at about 2.7. You really want it to be around here when it's flush with the 200 MA, which might take about a week, another day. And if you come in with that, then it's an okay trade. But I would, if it comes straight back down now, I wouldn't necessarily enter on support, because you definitely need some confidence here with the 50 up above. But it's a relatively straightforward just support buy, but you just want to make sure you've got confidence. And if you don't have the 200 MA, you're looking for divergence or you're looking for oversold conditions. And if you don't get them, I won't enter, because this isn't the first touch. And we've been talking about that really all week. Sand, we originally had a short setup for here. It didn't quite, sellers took back control, couldn't quite get it up. But here we are again. Now it's any which way. And I was just talking about this not a minute ago, but a few hours ago for a recording, which will be out tomorrow. If you get a confirmed breakout to the upside here and you surpass these previous highs, then come in for a long here would be a trade idea, right? And then away we go. But it's still quite an obvious short setup, bearing in mind Bitcoin is approaching all-time highs, which is essentially resistance. So the other thing is to look for a bearish retest of this area, which we may be getting over the next few minutes, something like this maybe, perhaps, and then it's a short again. So this SAM can function as a ambidextrous source of trade of sorts. That's not the right word, but nonetheless, but you obviously have, you know what you're looking for, essentially, out of sand. It's not buy now, it's not sell now. You need the bearish confirmation, and you probably, for the short trade now, probably won't get it flush with resistance. So it may look something like this, but you've got, you know, ample resistance, and maybe put some moving averages on to see what they're doing. Just remember, of course, that, you know, these are setups based on basic trading analysis. You can see here we've got the 50, which might mess up your short trade, and we've got the 200, which might mess up your long. So we're still just as ambiguous as we were, but I think the RSI is probably letting us know that it's probably going to be a little bit of a short. But if you are concerned that we're not going to come all the way back down to this level, bearing in mind when we have been talking about these first touches following these bear traps, then you could just be a little bit very short intraday, just from here to here. Or on the flip side, well, on the flip side, I'll probably avoid it because of this moving average. But yeah, do your own work as always. Don't necessarily trust me because you trade things differently to me. So make sure you've got your own plan. But that's sand.
Andre says, Paul closing a deal in US-China negotiations. We could see Bitcoin at all-time highs. Yeah. It's all it's all on you, Paul.
So what am I doing in China? I'm not going anywhere near that. I don't want to go anywhere near that. I don't want to talk to those two people. But thank you for the vote of confidence. I don't know. Another previous pick, which hasn't quite come into fruition. We've broken with the 200 MA now. This inverse sort of head and shoulders is playing out, and clear breakout. We're waiting for a breakout, coming for the entry, trade this range. Really straightforward. Just wait for bullish confirmation. And because we've got 200 MA below us, we've got something to play. And I think, but if the price action gets back up here, we'll have a golden cross as well. If you just zoom in, you can see.
That's a look. That head and shoulders. I just have to say that's more like an inverse Batman head and shoulders.
Yeah,
right? With the two ears. It's got two ears there. Look at that. Look at that head.
I don't bring out the harmonics very often.
No, this is not. No, it's just a head with two ears.
No, but the thing is, you got to go check everything. When you see all these setups, you got to go. You got to go check it with everything and see if you've got something extra in there for confluence. And I try and avoid that. Plus, I can't do 2 YouTube videos on a bullish bat in as many weeks. So I just want to ignore that. 8 short setup. Really straightforward. We've been talking about this all week. Just wait for let it come to you. Don't enter here for a short because obviously if it goes the other way, it's going to retest this level and you'll be left just to have the stop hit. So that's 8. And now ADA, I think we'll just last setup. I think unless we run out of time. So ADA. I'm sorry, my dog's just walking around. My love, can you go lie down, sweetie? Again, you've just waited till I am talking. Can you go lie down, please? Please. Go lie down. That's right. Go lie down. Thank you. I don't know. Do it when Michael's talking next time, please. I haven't got my headphones on. You can hear. We've got a breakout entry here for ADA. Really straightforward, really clean lines, really nice. Just trade the range, wait for a breakout. But if you want some additional context, let's zoom out. So this is multi-time frame analysis. This is ADA 3-day. And as you can see, in support of this bullish context for this trade, you can see that ADA's got a high, a higher low, a higher high, higher low. We've retaken this moving average on the 3-day. We've retested it. And now a breakout of this channel is around the same area as what a breakout would look like at this range at about 714. So you can see here you go. This is the area. So we get a breakout here, you're going to have nice confluence. So confluence doesn't necessarily have to be like an extra moving average or an extra signal of divergence or anything like that. It can simply be another bullish context for the same token on a different time frame. And you put those two things together, and as Jannie, obviously you're really good at stuff like this, it can supercharge potentially a setup because you'll have some people looking at this to trade, you'll have some people looking at this, and when you've got 2 really nice setups, they can work quite well. So ADA, really good setup to keep an eye on. And again, if you want to see these charts,
ADA looks nice if it breaks that zone and retests it and then goes up. That'll be a nice play.
Oh yeah, for sure. You would definitely want to be waiting for the retests. But yeah, I mean, it's nice and clean, and that's what we want to see. But
you already got the head and shoulders pattern.
Say that again, my friend.
You already got the head and shoulders pattern, like in a way towards for the low. On the long side, break above that point, retest that resistance zone. Bam! That's just smack TP.
Yeah. So this will be the headliner. But if anyone paying attention to these setups and are like wanting to take screenshots and stuff, head on over to our Hola Prime X's Discord server because I always post these a day before the actual video comes out, and even before the streams usually. So you can head on over there. But yeah, ADA's nice setup. And I've got something. I've got something left in case we run out of time. But yeah, a few setups from me. And if Bitcoin does,
you got 25 minutes. You good? I'll actually like to see you go through these cryptocurrency plays, Paul, because I'm not big on crypto, and everyone's like yanking my arms. I feel like one of those, like, take this. Like, I feel like one of them, like, I don't know nothing about crypto. I know like very little, and you know, like, well, you can read charts. I'm like, it don't always go together. I don't look at these. It's way too many to look at. So when you go through these, to be honest, it helps me out a lot too. Like, I'm like, oh well, yeah, somebody I know and trust, he was talking about this. You know what I mean? So I love when you go through these plays, to be totally honest.
Well, bless
Yeah,
you.
I mean, well, the only thing that I feel like how I understand it, like based on, you know, just listening to Paul about 20% of the time in the sessions.
I only get one a day with him. I only get Tuesdays to go through these plays.
It's like Bitcoin is almost like looking at, if you want to trade stocks, then you look at how the NASDAQ is performing, and if the NASDAQ is doing well, and then you go to the stocks and you look at the best performing stocks within the NASDAQ. And I assume that's more or less how the altcoin market works, right? Like if Bitcoin is doing really well, then you want to go look at the, you know, the best performing, or the, you know, or the altcoins that has the potential to break out in that matches what Bitcoin is doing, if that makes any sense. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and I mean, I just get sick of the sound of my own voice, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you can empathize. But I think the point is, with the altcoins, what we're waiting for Bitcoin. We're obviously waiting for this, but we wanted the higher low. And you'll notice, of course, that as we were talking about, we've tapped the ideal retracement zone. We've put that higher low in now, and we're having a crack at all-time highs. Now, obviously, this is perilous territory for these setups. So, you know, it's not easy at the moment. You know, this is better to trade, but we just, the altcoins, because of the rest of the economy in the world, just haven't been moving with it, right? But this helps. This really does help with Bitcoin.
Oh, that helps a lot.
It really does. And that's why Bitcoin dominance has started to shift, right? It's no coincidence, right? This is what I've been talking about. Get Bitcoin with a solid bullish posture, and then money will start entering the altcoin market, right? We just need it to be consistent. And that's kind of the play. So, I mean, and this one is in play. This trade is in play right now. And this is, again, following on. This is SUI. We've been talking about it a little bit. Just for context, here's the picture. And we had this tap of the 200 MA, but not a good support entries. And that's just happening right now. So what we talked about earlier in this week, Jannie, you know, we didn't quite have the flush bounce off the support line. But we did, of course, have the bounce of the 200 MA. So this technically is now the first touch. So this, which is the neckline of the inverse head and shoulders, and of course, this pretty tight, what is now support range. So this is in play right now. But the question is, what does Bitcoin need to do to facilitate the next move? And if you look at Bitcoin, you're thinking, well, actually, it's got to do something pretty impressive. It's got to break all-time highs, and it's, you know, and it's going to run into this resistance. So you might think, well, Bitcoin dominance is coming down. This is fantastic. SUI is in a really great place, super. But we might have some crazy kind of movements from Bitcoin, and it's going to be very difficult to see what happens. But the thing is, you can come in here if you feel like you've got a bullish context, maybe a bit more of a retrace from Bitcoin, and then you've got a line in the sand which you can very easily trade off. There's still a lot of buyers going to be coming in here, right? And that's the game. It's not about this setup will guarantee to go, but this setup is manageable if you can get the conditions you like for risk management. And this is always the game, because remember, number one, protect your capital, not get the best profits or the most profits. It's protect your capital. And then two, get the most profits. So these setups are always designed to be very helpful for risk management in addition to probabilities. But it's going to be an interesting week to see how these setups play out. And again, GMT, this one is probably a good one to have in your back pocket because it facilitates a retrace from Bitcoin. Not a strong breakout, not particularly happy with it yet. It's a bit of a Frankenstein monster with these two kind of merge patterns. So this, however, is an excellent entrance to come in here. Really nice pocket. Haven't had a proper retest of it yet. And this, of course, is kind of the bottom of this kind of bullish range we've been trading in. So GMT back pocket, maybe a bit of a retrace from Bitcoin once we've had some of this all-time high tussled with, and then you've got a trade. And that's the thing. So you've got a trade for an immediate move now. If it goes upwards, so you can put a little bit of position on and then you see what happens and then add to it. Or if you want to wait and see, which I would recommend, then you've got this setup. And that's the thing. Again, we're talking about multiple setups for multiple possibilities gives you an edge, right? But if you're stuck with just one setup and you're trying to trade it with difficult conditions, then probabilities are going to be against you. But if you can cherry pick them to match the conditions, then it works out for your favor. And that's why there's so many setups today. So hopefully that was helpful.
Well, that's great. Yeah, that's definitely the most setups I've ever seen you on this.
So great.
Robert says, I took one trade on my sacrifice account. That sounds very biblical. Lost the trade, but it was unknowingly a gamble, yet in early trade. Okay, just 1 micro. Oh, that's not too bad, 1 micro. But pretty much just watching, waiting for a break in the ORB. What's ORB? Orange. No, it can't be orange.
Or crypto.
I forgot what the name of this is. What is it? ORB is dang, I forget what it is called. What is it, Robert? What's ORB again?
We should know that, shouldn't we? I don't
know. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't trade
outside
opening range breakout.
Open
range breakout. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Or object resembling a sphere. Other realms beyond.
Yeah, so open range breakout is actually very vague to say. That's what that threw me totally off. But
opening range breakout. ORB. Yeah. Okay.
ORB.
Right.
Okay.
It's like yeah. Opening range breakout. Yeah, it's like, is that like you trade the opening? I think you've mentioned that before. That's what you trade, like the opening range breakout. Yeah,
it's much better to wait for the retest. The opening range breakout is lower than the break and retest. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah,
it's
a. I think Igor also trades that, but just on Forex. Yeah, or he looks at the Asian high or low or something like that.
You know what that is? You really need. Dang, and I almost want to correlate it to is like. You can see majority of the picture with ORB, open range breakout, but you don't really get the full picture until you get the break, retest, and confirmation. That's the play right there. Break, retest, confirmation. Boom. Yeah. You're set from that standpoint. The chances of you hitting on the trade is much higher than just gambling. And I just want to throw this out there, guys, as I mentioned to you, like I have a EA trading open range breakout, and it is not doing good. I'm outperforming this thing as a human being. Right? Like that is not the play. You want to wait until it retests this zone. And don't get me wrong, my dad was saying this, and again, I have total confidence in him as I always do. But no, he's a developer. He's not a trader, so he can't bridge these two things together. Right. So it's this fine line of that's not the best strategy. Will it work sometimes? Yeah, it will. But that's like saying my strategy is 20-30% versus saying it's 60-70%. Like what happened to me yesterday, right? On Euro GBP and happened to me on GBP CAD. That is an outlier. That happens 20% of the time. I'm not focused on that. I almost don't even care about it. The only reason I care about it is the fact that I wanted to take those trades before it did that. Had it happened and I was never looking at it, I wouldn't care one bit. But the fact that I was looking at it and it did happen, they gave me a little bit more, that sucks. Like, I freaking hate that happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's the only downside of it. But majority of the time, like on a pure numbers basis, that does not work out a lot of the times. That's like watching Steph Curry miss a three-pointer. Like, would you really leave him open to shoot a three? No, you wouldn't. Like, why? Because he's probably going to hit it. Right? Like, it's just that's how it works.
That's tennis, right? Or no?
You're funny. That's not tennis. That's basketball.
we don't have basketball over here.
Yeah, even I know Steph Curry.
You know Steph Curry, though, right? Like, I know you know Steph Curry. All right.
No, that sounds like
let's go bigger. Let's almost like Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan.
Oh, Michael Jordan. Yeah, I know who he is.
Okay.
Is that...
Wait. Don't leave
Is
out
that
those
is that boxer? Yeah, I know exactly.
All right, here you go. Here you go. Here you
No,
go.
no, Michael Jackson. Yeah, like no, not Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. What?
Michael.
Different sport, Yanni. Different
Michael.
Michael.
Michael Jordan. Yeah, everybody knows who he is. Yeah. No, I'm just messing, of course. Yeah, I know what you mean. But I mean, just to talk about the EAs, like EAs is a very, very difficult. I've wasted a lot of time on EAs because you think like, well, if you have a rule-based system, then surely you should be able to program that, right?
Yeah.
No, there's so many.
Yeah.
No, it's that discretionary element. It's impossible to code. So the only EAs that work, they work for a short period of time, and they're usually martingale or grid systems.
Yeah.
You know,
or again, like he just mentioned, like the breakout, like right, like it's a strategy where at London Open you like calculate from 5 to midnight, and then if it breaks out at 1 Eastern or 2 Eastern, you take it long or short. There's no movie stop loss to break even. There's no nothing else. It either hits stop loss or break even. You're risking 1% to make 1.5%. It seems like it'll work long term, but it actually doesn't. Yeah,
it just doesn't. Yeah,
no.
I mean, and you can mess around on any time frame you like. It doesn't. And then you think like you can even think like, hang on, what if I instead of buy, sell, right?
Yeah,
still doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Or even about like, oh, all right, what if I don't risk $1? I wish this much. Like, dude, I've lost. Man, I'm embarrassed to almost say, but I'm talking about 12, like more than 12K on this already. I'm like, all right, dude, I can't take no more of this at this point. Like, I cannot keep throwing good money off the bat, and especially when you yourself can do a much better job than the EA, like I just said, right? Like this EA literally has Q1 it performed decent. It was up 16% highest. I think it's at like 9% right now. So Q1 it happened. Q2, which is what we're in now, it's kind of up and down. And it's losing the money that it initially was making. I said, you know what? If this does not perform in Q2, I'm taking this off of here and we're back to the drawing boards, because I'm not going to blow a funded account off of what I thought worked in Q1 over maybe possibly a ranging market or a trending market, whatever they may be, right? Like at one point you got to let it go. I can't keep doing this. So it seems like it works at first, but eventually it just always sucks. And I'm seeing people lose millions with this. Much bigger than me, you know, and like got a lot more discretionary funds to throw, you know, out the window. And I'm like, I cannot believe that you just lost $400,000 in 3 months. I cannot believe that.
Yeah, you've done it in 1 month. What took him so long? Yeah, I mean, I think that if you can, like, what do you call it? Like if you can develop an EA where you still decide
hybrid,
where you still decide when is a good time to use this EA. It's like certain market conditions. So, for example, the pound US dollar, that's in that ugly, nasty range, right? Then that, and you just switch it on based on just during those kind of periods. Then you can possibly work on something. I know there are some of EAs out there that works like that, but it's still very dangerous because it's all that needs to happen is because you don't know when you're going to get out of that range, right? And if you just break out of that range, that's it, game over.
Yeah.
So
it's funny. It's a quote. I mean, I don't watch too much football, but it says it's a Billions reference, and he says, like Coach Belichick says, if you wait to second half to start making adjustments, it's already too late, right? Like if you wait till late in the game to try to fix this, you're already done with it. You should have did this much earlier in the process. And that's exactly, to me, what EAs are, right? Like it just takes way too much. Give me the alerts, which I think I already do with setting my alert on TradingView. Send me a message or an email, a text, a notification, and let me look at it from there, and I'll click the button. I don't want you to click the button. because it never works out like that. It never works out. I've lost a small fortune on this thing, thinking this will work out. And it just never does.
You were operating on hope. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this
Paul's a
thing
big fan
can
of
work
hope.
out great for a long time, and it'll end up eventually still busting accounts, right? I don't know if you guys know about this, but there was it was a huge hedge fund back in the day. It was long-term capital management, what the fund was called. And it did great for like 8-9 years. But what they did was they never upgraded the bot or the EA. And eventually this thing lost everything in 1 quarter. So I don't want to be in a position where, I'm like killing it for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And all of a sudden I lost everything I have in 1 quarter. That's a nightmare to me. As a trader, that's a nightmare.
Yeah, no, for sure. But then on the other hand, in the beginning when you start trading, you like an EA, right? You can do well for a while and then just blow it all up, and not in 1 quarter, like in a day. So
it's ridiculous.
But I agree with you. Like, this is like also the thing I feel that these AI is already part of trading anyway. It's been part of trading for some time now, but not so much in the retail space. Definitely in the institutions. They've got dedicated teams working on that kind of stuff. But it's still the programming behind the EA. Not the EAs. I don't know if EAs would probably call it something else. But it's still, they still have to feed it some information in terms of strategy, right? So, and then the AI will go and maybe identify the best opportunities possible, and maybe just go ahead and take them as well, right? But it will be based on a specific strategy. And so I don't think, I don't think it's going to make, we spoke about this many times before. I don't think it's going to make a big difference. I don't think it has. Maybe today's move was based on AI. I don't know.
Hey, I thought the same thing, Jannie. I thought the same thing today. I was like, I wonder how many quant traders got into that, like, and actually made money out there. But they were probably like, finally you made one. That's that 20%. Like, I just don't know about that. I don't know about that.
But do you have you played around with AI when it comes to trading, or not really?
No. So
I think this Igor has actually. I think Igor has actually.
I have like the horrible taste in my mouth, right? Like I'm getting toe up with this, thinking about it, and it's one of those. But what if it does work? I'll try it on demo, but I can't do more than one project at once. At the end of this quarter, I will see if this EA that supposedly is working out will work out at the end of this quarter. And if it doesn't, I'm done. And then I move on to the next one. Because I don't want to stand on the sidelines and not do anything with it. Because I feel like, I don't know, long term, like, I don't want to end up being a Blockbuster or Toys R Us, right? So
or Kodak.
I still got to be in the space. I'd be a fool to think that, what I'm doing is going to work for forever, right? So I still do invest a small bit of my profits into stuff like that, but I literally can't afford to take on more than one project at once. You're talking about paying devs and paying for all this stuff. It's like, all right, I'm about to be at break even. I live in Mexico. Things are cheaper, so it's a little bit easier, but still, like, who wants to keep throwing good money off the bat? I'm just not into the business of doing that. Not at all.
Yeah. I think it might be. I mean, it's something I've been looking. I've been trying to find tools and so on to understand a little bit more about how it works and how can you actually use it. Not for automation, but just to maybe to score a trade. It's like in terms of probability. This is an A. This is a B. This is a C setup. But how do you get to that point? And I'm not the right person to ask myself those questions. I have to maybe speak to Igor. Is probably a good person. Maybe when he comes on next. So if you're watching, come back on Thursday. That's when, or maybe you can ask him when you have a session with him next. But I will definitely be asking that question because he's He's very good with and up to date with this kind of thing. So it'd be interesting to find out, because that's definitely something I would like to make part of trading, but not automate anything, just like as an assistant, because AI is it's there, just look how useful something like ChatGPT is. It's great, right?
There's two ways to look at it, right? So, and I think it's probably best at this point. I don't know what Igor will think. I'll be keen again to hear what he has to say, because he's the expert in this area. But if you look at what AI is doing at the moment for, say, app developers, so coders, so I would hire a coder to do something, maybe create a Telegram bot or something, right? Now, I don't need to hire that person anymore, because I can use Claude AI or whatever to code it for me. I'll say, this is what I need this, and I'll just get the code. So now coders are now becoming app developers, and app developers are now becoming CEOs, right? It's that kind of, so when it comes to trading stuff, trading bots, and you think about how trading bots and trading algorithms are created, they're based on code, right? So now we're able to speak to these AI interfaces and say, right, I want a trading bot for this and this and this and this exchange. It needs to work with TradingView, or it needs to work with this prop firm, or whatever. And I need it to do this when the RSI is like this. I need it to do like this when the moon is in the sky at this range. I need to do this. I need Bitcoin to do this. I need Bitcoin dominance to do that. And I want you to tell me when they all align, and then I'm going to trade. So it's more, I think it's more a case of that, as opposed to groundbreaking kind of AI algorithms, which can, assess the charts for you, and just, that will come, but I don't think we're there yet. So generative AI is about essentially doing the work for us of coding, and allow us to make better apps and better coding and better algorithms and better bots to be more customizable to us, as opposed to relying on what Binance creates as an example or whatever. So I think that's the sphere. I think, I'm sure Igor will tell me to shut up, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I think that's more what it is, and then it will eventually lead to the creation of these amazing algorithms, which can look back on all of the data in the entire market and then come up with a plan. So, but thankfully we're not out of the job just yet.
Right.
Yes, but I mean, it's still just going to be a tool. I don't think it's not going to be a case of just AI trading against each other, because, well, even if that is the case, even the AI will have losses, right? It's going to be impossible if a bunch of AIs trade against each other and they all win. It's not. I mean, that's literally impossible. There has to be a loser. So that will never go away. So I think it will just be based on the individual behind the AI, right? So your strategy, and then what does a good opportunity look like, and maybe if it can assist in that way. Anyway, I don't know. I'm completely blind when it comes to these things. But I have tried to look at like what's out there, but it's just a bunch of, it's typical, these people trying to sell you some EA, and they call it's an AI bot. Like, no, that's not what I meant. That's not what I'm interested in. I want to know if there's some sort, just like the AI tools that they can now make videos, and it looks like that person, right?
Real
With his
people.
voice and everything, and you're like, what the hell is this? I'm talking about that kind of level. Like, is there something like that for trading? But I don't know. I don't think there is yet.
Yeah, but that stuff is very much sculpted by the human, right? Because you have to, when it comes to deepfakes, you have to take all these different photos of whoever you're trying to impersonate, Tom Cruise or whatever, right? And just input it into a thing. There's got to be lots of rendering and computer. So it's still just making it easier to do it, making something which wasn't possible, but it still requires a lot, as you said, it still requires the human to be involved. And I think when you talk about trading bots fighting trading bots, I think as long as I would hate that to be the world, kind of like the internet is at the moment. There's dead internet theory where it's just Google bots advertising to other bots and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think it's going to go in a great direction, but really it's going to be a tool. It's a really good tool. So if you say, I want to create my own algorithm for Forex, you can go away and create it, and it'll be better, much more customizable. And then maybe you could sell it, right?
Or just keep it to yourself. I would.
Don't make money.
I wouldn't sell something. No, it's literally just like having, say for example, you're waiting for things to, like, there's a there's a support level, and some sort of pattern that you would like to see is busy forming. It's almost like employing someone. Say, hey, can you just look at the charts for me, and just wait for this, and you kind of coach it, right, and train it, and it's like, hey, I think it's almost ready now. And then you look and say, yeah, that is a pretty good. So you still have that final say and say, yeah, this is indeed a very good opportunity. And then you kind of give it feedback. Yes, that is. Or you give the feedback that, no, you've missed this or you missed that. And then it can go back and, keep that into account for the next opportunity it identifies. That's what I mean. But anyway, so if you're watching, come back on Thursday.
Interesting. Right. See what happens.
Yeah. All right, guys. But that is it from us, Robert and Andre, everybody else watching. Thanks for joining us. Michael, Paul, always great to see you guys.
Of course.
Paul, have a great evening. Michael, you have an awesome day. I think it's still early where you are.
Yeah, super early. It's 11:30 a.m. here.
Yeah. Well, enjoy your lunch.
All right.
All right. From us, the next session starts in half an hour. But from us, have a good one. Cheers, guys.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Howard, how are you, my friend?
I'm very good. How are you, sir?
I'm very, very good.
Excellent.
How was your trading day?
Or I'll tell you what, today was a little bit of a tricky one.
Yeah.
I got I guess I got the direction right by over the course of the day, but one of those things where the timing was completely wrong. I bought into the yen crosses, euro yen and sterling yen, particularly euro yen. And it turned out that today was a day which flushed out all the early buyers, including myself. And later on in the session, it's posting new highs. So not taking it personally, but it's just one of those things.
It's crazy. We had the exact same thing on the stock market as well, the S&P. I was as well bullish. Luckily, I didn't get caught in it. On US Open, I bought in, got out. I think my trade lasted literally a couple of seconds at most. Not seconds, sorry, a couple of minutes at most. It lasted 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 minutes, the trade. In and out. Oh, Aymane's here. Hello, Aymane.
Aymane.
Hello.
How are you doing? Very good.
Very good.
Very good.
We were just discussing what happened today earlier. So, yeah, I was in a bullish position. And then I checked the charts probably not long ago, and I saw this massive wick going down, just cleared out all those buyers. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I was just saying to Sam, I got flushed out on euro yen earlier today, and now it's making new highs. So I'm trying
I was in that trade.
Yeah.
Were you in it?
Yes.
Oh,
I had today. I think my biggest trading day in across all the accounts. It was today, and I was aiming, as I told you yesterday, Sam, because I had big loss yesterday. So I was aiming just for half of the loss, as I said. But just I had a good start, just small scalp TP, and I took a break, came back, and I took a short, and it went.
You're so lucky.
I was for sure. This is not you are. I was in the zone, but of course there is luck involved also, because who expects this short? And I was just trading, and it was a really good trade. Very happy about it.
I would love to see this. Let me quickly pop my screen on, because mine is very quick. There's not that much to show, so I'll get mine out the way with. And then, okay, so this is the wick we're talking about. Ooh. What the hell?
that's a wick and a half.
Yeah, just completely took out everybody. Luckily, I got in for a buy. Open 2 positions, literally at US Open. Dead simple trade. I'll just zoom in a bit so you can see it. As soon as we wicked down, I think it was just before the Open as well, I actually entered. I've been doing this quite a lot recently. I don't know why, but where's the Open? I'm a bit confused now. Where the hell did I enter? 420. Yeah, so I entered. That's 426. Probably about. Yeah, actually, I entered around here. So I entered a bit. Yes, I remember now, because it just pushed down, and it went into a gap, and I thought, okay. No, I didn't. No, I'm very confused now. Where the hell did I enter? Wait, this is the 1 minute chart. Let me look on the 1 minute. I do apologize. I'm trying to figure out where the hell I entered now. Let me get that screenshot up. Oh, what have I done? It looks. I think it was here. Yeah, it was here then. The bullish, and then no. Okay, I'm very confused. For some reason, I can't honestly tell you where I entered now. I have no reference, and obviously the time here. What is the broker time in comparison to the actual time? Because that's wrong. That broker time. 4 on the broker time. Yeah, I can see it on the broker where I entered. 4:26, and the time right now on the broker is 8, and it's 6. So 4:32, 2:26 I entered. Yeah, just before US Open. 226. Here it is. Okay, here it is. This is where I entered, right? Yeah, I do apologize. I don't know what the hell happened. I couldn't figure out where I even entered. This is the candle I entered. And then got out at the top of that wick, somewhere around here. Again, reason I entered was it just dipped into a gap just before the US Open. I could have waited until the actual US Open itself, but I felt like we were just going to clear, you know, all the way to the highs again, which is what we're approaching now. But if I quickly do the volume so you can see how it did look at that time. And then I think I saw it on this chart then. So I have two different charting solutions now. One actually uses contract volume. This one uses the volume, not footprint, the actual volume profile is contract volume. And it's a little bit different to the tick volume that actually I discovered that TradingView's volume profile tool uses tick volume. So it's actually not that accurate. So I do use this one quite a lot. And it did dip into some kind of gap. I think it was either for the day before. I can't remember exactly, but I remember at the time there was a gap and I bought it really quick in and out. And then I left it at that for the day. Very lucky because that, I don't know. I don't think anyone could have anticipated that it would have dropped down. I remember seeing the area. I remember seeing that there was a gap around this area where it did push down from. Hopefully, yes, here it is. Right there. So when it did reject off that gap, obviously I didn't short it because I didn't think there would be much of a trade, and it just went straight down, quickly recovered, and now we've broken past that gap and we filled it, and there could actually be a potential for a buy right now. If let me just have a quick look. It has been filled. One moment, I might actually end up buying this market. No, I'm not going to buy it. It's already been filled. So the fact that it's already been filled, I know it's broken above, come back now and retest. So technically there would be a buy here. Once it dips back to the highs. The problem is it's already been filled, and I generally don't like. It's not a gap anymore. It was a gap a while back, but not anymore. So I'm going to leave it. But there could have been a short scalp trade there. But apart from that, that was pretty much it. My trading day was quite simple, quite quick. I do like the days where it's just over really fast. You don't have to. You're not stuck in trades for an hour or so. You're not trying to, claw back a loss. It's just in and out, done. That's it for the day. So I'm pretty happy. But yeah, I'll let Aymane or Howard, you guys can show what you've done today, and I will start searching for trades. Howard hasn't been here for our last few sessions with me and Aymane.
Yeah.
But to give you a little recap, Howard.
Yeah.
I lost a bet last week. I lost a bet with Aymane last week, and part of the conditions is during the live session, I have to trade NASDAQ now, not S&P, and we've got a bet going on. Whoever has the better trade on NASDAQ, or something like that, by the end of the week during the live session. If I have the better trade, Aymane has to trade the S&P 500 next week. If he has the better trade, then I have to trade the NASDAQ again for another week. So that's our little bet going on.
Interesting one. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I? You can go, Coach Howard, if you want first.
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah. So let me just share the screen. So a bit of a let's have a look. Trading platform. Okay. Yeah, so a bit of a comedy of errors really in that I had the direction right on euro yen, which you can see is blasting higher, but I got in. Unfortunately, I got in on the pullback from the early break. So literally, I had to sit through this. I got stopped out, thing kind of based out, and then it's been up ever since, basically after that big reversal. So I haven't managed to get back into that, but I'm actually in euro dollar. Yeah, the direction kind of thing was right, but it's just we had some chop during the day, which hit the yen crosses in particular, and it's making new highs. Just the bigger picture on this thing is quite constructive. So on the weekly chart, we've got a market which made a major high in the last summer. Came off quite hard, and since August, I think it's just really been in a trading range. So there's the bottom, there's the top, but more recently we've kind of tested the top side of the range, but every time it tries to break down, it comes back up again. So it looks to me like people are stepping in at the top end of this range, and this is kind of like a precursor to an upside break. So it looks like the buyers, rather than seeing one of these kind of like multi-week declines as we saw previously within the range, we've had the kind of, I think that was kind of like their last chance for the bears, where it kind of rejected, and then a couple of weeks ago broke down, snapped back up, and then since then we've just been trending higher on the weekly. So it looks like, and we're posting new highs for the year kind of thing. So there's only really this kind of reaction high in the way, which is like 166.68, still some way above. So that could be an area of interest for a short. But the way this thing is shaping up, there could be a big break higher. So really, I've just been on the kind of looking on the long side, but I guess a little bit unlucky today. Got flushed out, but c'est la vie on that one. So that's moving across to dollar yen. So the yen has been kind of weak across the board. This is dollar yen actually on the daily. So it's been so dollar yen had a kind of a move higher, and then a little bit sideways corrective move on Friday. Actually yesterday, rather than on Friday, yesterday, and then today we're trying to break higher again. So there's some yen weakness coming through, which I think is in some respects could be linked to the stock market, because invariably when the stock market is making new highs for the swing, the yen crosses tend to be easing, pushing higher. So there's definitely some kind of risk on type feel to the whole market. So current, yes.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I think there's a trade really quickly, but I'll
go for
just
it.
want to jump in.
All yours. I'll stop the screen.
I do apologize.
Go for it.
Okay, so this is on NQ on NASDAQ. We're just dipping into an area. I'm just having a look at the oop. I don't want to move that. Yeah, I think I'm going to quickly enter on NQ a short position, believe it or not. Going against all, just double checking. Yeah, all right. So I've entered a short. Let me just set my TP. Oh, I must have entered the lot size completely wrong, because that's way too small. Already up like 80 cents or something. 0.5. Ah, it should be a 5. Okay. Got the damn it. Come back to my entry. I need to... that was a perfect entry, but
that was a perfect entry. Yeah.
Okay, I got the lot size wrong, but it is what it is. I'm going to do a quick scalp. So from there to I would target these lows, but I don't think it will go to those lows. if it can actually come back to my entry, I can jump in for a better price. I mean, a better, come on, a bit more up. Come on, just dip back in. Come on. Dip, dip, dip. Come on. Just push up a little bit, little bit. I'd like to enter with the right lot size. I'm not used to NASDAQ. Going. Okay, well, either way, I'll just times it by 10 in my head, and that will give me an idea.
But that was a really nice entry. Straight
yeah,
reaction.
I think.
Yeah.
I like it when it goes straight. When you know there's some conviction to it. Could potentially bounce off this area here. This black line is going to be quite important if we break through it or not. I am still hoping it will go back to my entry point so I can actually jump in with the right lot size. Come on. I don't have the depth of market. This is ES. Depth of market. Actually, I can use the depth of market here, can't I? Give me a bit of a... but it's only one level. It's not that great. Yeah, that's not going to help me at all. One level is not good enough.
How you read the depth of market, Sam? Like,
well, normally, I mean, this one is almost pointless having it because it's just got one level, the bid and ask. The numbers here, these gray numbers, these are actually executed orders, so it's similar to the time and sales. Well, it basically is the time and sales. This is better because it has higher levels. Like you could see on, it's just dipped away from it, but there was over 500, pending sell orders at the top there. We are dipping we are breaking that area. I haven't actually set a stop loss or a take profit yet. So let me just quickly do that.
Nice.
So back to those lows. Okay. 1 minute chart. Back to these lows. And stop loss is going to be a hard one because I have no... Do apologize. 1 moment while I figure out. Back to those highs. Okay. I got it. So 15-minute chart. Back to these highs about there. Will be my stop. All right, cool. Stop loss is there. Don't think it's going to go back to my entry. Either way, to be fair, I could probably... I'll do an Aymane and put my
break even.
Stop loss at break even, yeah.
I do an Aymane.
There we go. Risk-free now.
Nice. Risk-free trade, love it.
I never do that. I never do that, but I will do an Aymane. I'm trading Aymane's instrument. It's only fair. I play by his rules. This is a critical part. I really want to see it break that structure. If it doesn't break it, then this might just be a retracement rather than anything more. Just trying to see if there's any... I don't want any sellers getting trapped near the bottom. It is starting to... If I look on the 5 minute, are there any big clusters anywhere?
You have on the the 450 at the top green candle.
Yes.
That's one.
That's a very good
one. And
on
the 1 minute, it's much better. You have 175, I think. So it's
174 at the top. Yeah. I think it's going to hit the TP, to be honest. I think it will do it any second. So
good.
Give it another few minutes because it might not take out the low because technically my TP is at pretty much at the low. It might not take it out. The spread might not cover it. So it's one of those that you may have to manually exit if it hovers about a bit, but everything's looking quite good. could still use the ES depth of market because they do the same thing. But look at that, 328 contracts at 60.39 on the ES. That's crazy. A lot of sell pressure. It should just flood down a few more minutes and hopefully.
If you can switch Sam to the 15-minute to see, I think we are now inside a big cluster.
Yeah, we've got the 500. It's taken out that 500, which is good. Yeah, I don't see anything terrible preventing it. The only thing I can imagine is this is an area where buyers are going to want to start buying again. As long as no sellers are trapped. Let me clear this so I can actually see. The sell side seems to be executing more contracts as well. You can see live on the depth of market 10. You want to see like big heavy numbers jumping. I want to see it. Ideally, I don't want to see it break this 54. I want to see those. Yeah, there's a 63 there, but if we start breaking above that, then I'm seeing that as potentially will come back to my entry, which in that case I'd rather get out and then enter again at a better lot size. Come on, reject. There we go. That's what we want to do. Keep rejecting. Good. Very good. Push down. Come on. It's taking its time. Come on, don't do this to me now. Don't mess about. There we go. Go on. That's it. Go on. Yeah.
Is the number on the delta here is different a little bit than the numbers on trading?
They're a little bit different. I'm not entirely sure why. I think it's the tick count.
Yeah, I think also it's the tick.
Well, you got 119 delta on the candle on that one, and then here, yeah, it's still a bit off. Here it says 45 apparently. I don't know, but it could be the different contracts. TradingView uses all basically consolidates all the different contracts together, like all the different, what do you call it? Like the ones of the time of the contract. I forgot.
Expiries.
That's it. Expiries. Yeah.
I think, I don't know, but I have also like similar to this platform, this Go chart, like 45 on the delta.
Yeah.
32. It's like Go chart.
Cluster delta then uses the most like immediate, the current, basically like the one that will expire earliest. Whereas I think TradingView, it's just like a continuous rolling, so it just puts all of it together at once. So you probably got higher delta, yeah. Whereas this one, I don't know which one I selected. I think the most immediate one. So June, I'm assuming. I can't actually see, but yeah. All right, it's kind of hovering around that area. It is, the sellers are rejecting it. I'm going to give it a few more minutes. Hopefully the TP just gets hit by now. I do apologize for making you guys wait. I don't want to hog the screen too much.
No worries. you got a good one there. A nice live one.
Yeah. Precision.
What I am liking
some
nice high
precision.
Precision. It would be nice if I entered with the correct lot size. That would have been helpful, but it's fine. But what I was going to say, yeah, I do like that the delta percent is quite high on that candle, the one that kind of made a good move down. but it is
Yeah,
just kind of messing around.
if could you check the 30 minutes, Sam? It will close on 5 minutes. 30 minutes, yeah. The candle will close.
Yeah, it's kind of like a doji.
Yeah.
What is this? The 5 minute. We'll do it with the candle. Yeah, it's kind of like a doji.
And
I mean,
we left a big wick like lower, so there is a high chance we will go retest that wick, mitigate it a little bit. So
absolutely,
I think it's a good trade. The question here is just if it will come back, break even, maybe give you a better price, and then go lower.
Yeah,
or go straight away from there.
I hope so. I mean, either way, it might be making its move now. Let's look on the 1 minute. Yeah, we go. Yeah, we got some bigger volume coming in, but that could mean a reversal as well. That's not always guaranteed.
You can even hold this trade, like the way it's moving close to the end of the candle, like it's
all right. It should hit the TP any second now. There we go.
Hit.
Come on.
Hit.
Come on.
Boom. Boom.
This is the worst part where it's just like a pip away. It's like, come on. Because every bit of me just wants to hit that exit button. Come on.
You know you want to. Come on.
Come on. Yeah.
Come on. Surely now.
Come
surely.
on.
Ah, come on. Come on. It's touched. No.
No. Sam, you close it. Ooh.
Wait, let's have a look. What actually
just
happened?
130.
Yeah. Got very close. I feel like it will hit it. I just.
This is
okay. I'm getting out. That's close enough. Wait.
It's a win. It's a win.
Yeah, they say don't be a tit for a tick.
Yeah. I know that expression.
Yeah. So
I'll give it another couple of seconds. I'll just let this candle close. Come on. 12 seconds. It can do it now. You can do it. Go on.
And
come on.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes, come on. Come on. The spread now. Just the spread. There we go.
Hey. Woo. Well done. Well done.
All right. That's our trade done.
Beautiful trade. This is
now it shoots down and just typical.
Like your take profit, sometimes you feel like it's like a support, or like in this case, it's like a support.
Yeah. Pretty much was, to be fair. But that was a good trade. 0 drawdown. I entered the wrong lot size, but apart from that, good trade, I think. Nice little scalp. First NQ trade, by the way.
I didn't even see like the 0. I see straight away 0 plus 0 point something. Yeah. Because you enter and yeah.
So does that put you ahead in the bet, Sam? Are you ahead of the game now?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, you're gonna have to play catch up now, or you'll be trading ES next week. But sorry, Howard, you can continue.
Yeah, no worries. Let's dive back in again. So, so the only one I've got at the moment is euro dollar, which is approaching quite a good, I think, support level. So big picture, obviously still bullish. Just start off with a weekly, the usual kind of stuff. So major low back in 2022, first wave up, ABC for second wave down, start of the year. And obviously since the start of the year, euro dollar's been in a bull trend. So having topped out 115.734, we had a 4-week correction, hammer at the low, and that to me looks like the end of the correction. And since then, we've been kind of trending higher. Last few weeks has been making higher highs and higher lows. So all still very very positive. I think ultimately we're going to break this high and see an acceleration higher. With regards to today, let's go into the. Just 1 second. So this one. It looks to me like this morning we made a kind of a failure, like a double bottom, if you will. So that was the kind of swing high, just below 115. We had a first leg down, a correction of it, a retest of the low, which took it out by a few pips, and then snapped back up. I didn't get in there, obviously. I got in on the rebound, and I've added a little bit around here. We're kind of pulling back to the broken trend line here, around 114.20, and also we've got broken resistance, which is now support at on this previous high, which is 114.15. So I think we're in quite a good kind of confluence zone around this 114.15, 114.20 for euro dollar. So I guess looking for the thing to kind of base out here, start to nibble higher, and then see some strength either into the close or into the Asian session tomorrow. So yeah, so this is essentially a kind of a with the trend trade after a bit of a pullback today. So just looking for the thing to base out and to start to push a bit higher. So that's euro dollar. Sterling saw a bit of a flush out today. I think we had some weak unemployment numbers in the UK, which saw sterling do a big move lower. But since then, we've kind of come back, quite hard, pull back again. So a bit of two-way activity at the moment. Quite possibly the low we saw earlier on today is the low for the correction. But I think I'd need to see a bit of basing out really to just sort of come back in and to start to buy this one in addition to euro dollar. We've got some levels which we're currently down retesting. So we've got this kind of support which broke 134.92. Another one here just above 135.13 or so. So kind of 135 plus or minus of 10 pips or so, which is where we are now. So this could be a good basing zone. But I think I'd like to see it really start to sort of push into the 35.20s and 30s to start to get a bit more confident that the buyers are back in control again. Onto dollar yen. So as I say, the yen crosses have been quite strong. So euro. Let's just have a look at dollar yen on a big picture view. So dollar yen big picture, like euro dollar, is dollar negative on a long-term perspective. We had this major high at 161.95, first wave down, corrective wave higher, which topped out 158.87, and then all the way back down. So we've got this big support zone close to 140 on the weekly chart, which it defended here. And essentially, since that defense of the level, we've really just been stuck in a range. Can't get too excited about directional bias at the moment on dollar yen, because you've got the yen crosses which are trying to break higher, and you've got the dollar which is generally quite weak. So dollar yen's kind of caught in the crossfire a bit. So I'm really kind of not doing too much on that side. So yeah, that's me for the time being. I'll hand it back across to you guys, and we'll take a look at some of the other stuff a bit later on.
Awesome, really good.
Perfect. Let me show you my crazy day. I was looking for shorts here, but nah. It's look nice absorptions here. On the 30-minute, which looks much better. Yeah, nice big clusters here at the top. Took the previous candle high, close red, big cluster at the low of the candle. So for sure, like if I was trading here, what I want to see is trade continuation. So we could still hold this minus 129 and go lower. But let's see. Yeah, so today's trades, I took actually quite a loss. I think 5-6 trades I took today. All of them were mainly scalps. So let's start with the first trade. It was, I think, somewhere here. Yeah. So we had, like, before the open, we create this supply right here, took the previous candle high, close red, the continuation. So I was looking for at least a reaction from this supply, similar zones, the way I draw the zones. And yeah, after that, I think it was 3 minutes into the session. Then we had this big candle with good absorptions at the top. Let me show you 5 minutes. And I start the day with a short. Yeah, it was here. I saw some big clusters here at the top, and it was a little bit, let's say, I saw also this momentum candle for me, like momentum big candle go into the support. I'm expecting that we will get at least a retracement, and that's what we got. So mainly the trade I took today is just momentum big candles with the absorption into the zone, and then sell or buy, depend on if we are absorbing the buyers on the sellers. In this case, we are absorbing some buyers. Shorts took, I think, a couple of points, maybe 20, 25 points from here to the lows right here. Stop loss was above right here. And then after that, I bought I bought into this demand here. Today's sorry, I didn't say like today's direction. I didn't have direction today of the market. When I checked the calendar, there was no news. And also, yes, we were inside next to a weekly supply and a daily supply and a 4-hour supply, but there was no, let's say, clear direction for me. So for me, when I don't have any clear direction, most of the time I am open, just reacting to the price. So I took a buy here after we touched this low. It was really nice absorption here at the lows, and then bought back again, big momentum candle. This is the way I trained, let's say, range. It's just big momentum candle like this inside the demand and buy back higher. So I think I took a couple of trades here, and then of course I didn't hold all the way, so I always took profit here. So, and then let me see, yeah. And then after this big momentum candle, I said, okay, maybe we will go to this supply. But what I saw is, again, where is it? Yeah, we had some big clusters here at the top, but I was not, let's say, into shorts because we had this big cluster in the middle, so I didn't have enough range. But after that, I saw that's like how the price was acting. We took the previous high, and we created, I think, 80 positive cluster at the top, and the price just hold that price. And after that, I saw, I think, minus 120 entered at one time, and then I sold basically here, took profit here. That was I think, the third trade. I was in the zone today, so there was zero drawdown mostly on all the trade. So
Nice.
maybe it's a little bit of luck, but I was literally in the zone. I was aiming just for half of the loss yesterday because I had a good loss yesterday. But yeah, and then when I saw like Sam, the trade you had today, just you answer straight away to profit. Like when you start
Yeah.
your session, and especially when you are a scalper, you know that this is the day. This is the day. Like zero drawdown. You are in the zone. The execution is perfect. So I always, when I'm scalping and I have this type of days, I don't block the momentum. So I keep trading until the first loss, because otherwise you will never make those big days that you will say make 1%, 2% loss, lose 1%. So we will say just, and those type of days is what make you a little bit, at least me, what make me a little bit, let's say, you see the difference in your in your P&L. So I was very happy today. So short here, and I took profit somewhere here. Same thing, big momentum candle, took the previous high. Some sellers enter here, short the market to this low right here. And I think I took one break even somewhere here. I bought after this minus 140 absorption, and then the price came back to my break even. And let's see the big trade. This sell, it was basically the right timing because I took a break. I left some accounts open to trade with, and I said, okay, maybe I will add some more scalps. Let's say it's ranging, And I start checking the chart. I have this 5-minute zone right here. And I saw that we are holding this high here after this big momentum candle. So most of the time, like we should take this low here. So I think I joined the charts somewhere here, and I was ready to sell from here. But what hold me just this big momentum candle to the lows, and I didn't want to short in the middle of this range. So I was waiting and wait maybe 5-10 minutes, and then I saw very, very, very nice absorption here at the top, and I sold actually right after this candle opened. So we had a 5-minute supply, and my aim, I was up for the day. So I will tell you how I managed this trade. I think it was purely this one point was, of course, it's technical analysis, but I don't know what got to my mind. And then I said, okay, let's trail the stop loss. Let's put it down. Just let's put it down. And that's actually what I did at some point here. I was just saying, okay, get me out. And I was trailing my stop lower next to the price, but the price is pushing. And so it was funny.
So you caught the whole move?
No. I will show you. So I short somewhere here. And then when I saw this -60 cluster, I said, okay, we are in a range, we will hold, and it's maybe potential absorption. And then I took my stop all the way to this above this cluster. So if we came back, okay, I'm out maybe for 10 points or something. But when the candle opened, it started to push, and then I let my stop there. So that's what lets me, let's say, trail my stop, because I didn't want to exit here, but I said, okay, if it's an absorption, if there are no sellers here, okay, we will start to push up, and I am up. I want to secure at least a couple of points. But when this big candle opened, we start pushing strong. So I let it, and I was managing it on the 30-second. Here on TradingView, we don't have the 30 seconds, so I will show just the 1 minute. So I was managing it on the 30-second. For me, when I got this candle here without top of the week here, I said, okay, it's strong. So when we have like candles like this open up with no wick at the top, like the momentum is strong. So I was just trading. After this, I traded right here. After this again, and I was, when the candle was moving, I was literally moving my stop next to the price to get me out.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I was a little bit lucky. Like it came.
It was running away from you.
Yeah. So, and I think I got out somewhere here on this area. It was also a 5 minutes demand. So
That's
I got,
crazy.
I think, somewhere here. I think I took 60 points, if I'm not wrong.
Wow.
Like
What a trade.
Nice
What
one.
a trade.
Yeah, 60 points, yeah, something like that. It was very, very beautiful trade, and I was literally smiling after the bad day that I had yesterday. Like instant stop. If you remember, Sam, I was marrying to the bias of the market is going down. So today I didn't have any bias. I just reacted to the price, and that's what I like more, just detached from, let's say, is it going up or down, but just you are reacting to what you see. So
I still have a long bias. I still have a buy bias. I think even what we saw earlier today with this whole wiping out all the buyers, I think that almost confirms it. We're continuing going up. We're going to keep going up.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a bit like my euro yen. You know, it's trending higher, flushes people out, then it goes up again.
Yeah.
For me, to be honest, I still have bearish bias. I don't know, but I still have bearish bias for now. But I'm not gonna focus on selling, because what's in my performance most of the time when I say, okay, this is my A+ setup, it's those days when I get when I lose a lot. So it's funny because sometimes my A+ setup come from, let's say, just maybe 1 time a week or 2 times a week, but most of the time when this A+ setup doesn't work, like I lose a lot. So I'm still bearish. Like I'm still thinking that we will stay holding this range But yeah,
what I will say though is that the market moves down easier than it does moving up at the moment. Like if it wants to drop, it will drop a lot quicker than when it goes up. But it goes up like a train. You know, it goes up with not so much momentum or speed, but just unstoppable. You know, it's just kind of like doom, 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 doom. There might be a little bit, but it's just nothing is stopping the buyers. And then out of nowhere, bang, you get this massive push down, and then it, you know, goes back up again. It's very, to me, I feel the buyers got it. I think what we're seeing is a lot of people dumping. A lot of people who started buying a long time ago, probably dumping orders, getting out the market because we're nearing the highs again. You know, we're very close to the all-time high. So we're seeing that kind of reaction. But I think ultimately I'm treating it as a bullish market for the most part, I think. And every time it drops down and it gives us a nice dip, it's a great opportunity to potentially buy it.
Yeah, yeah, like you are right about we squeeze the sellers like big candles and then we straight back. So it's like when I see the price, you are right, but I'm not sure yet that, let's say, we will break the all-time high from here. I still think that we're gonna take still those lows here before going higher, but I could be wrong. But yeah,
we could very well. You're absolutely right. We could very well still take out some of these lows. I think almost. I feel like they're trying to trick people into selling the market, into shorting it. Does that make sense? I think.
Yeah.
I think there's institutions out there trying to buy a lot of it, but there's just not enough people taking the other side of the trade. So they're just buying up. Every time it dips down, they're buying it all up. They're taking the other side of the trade. So you have this kind of like slow movement up. You know, I think ultimately we're gearing up for bigger moves to new highs, basically, in the next. I mean, I don't know when, but it will take maybe this week, maybe next week. But I think, yeah, that's what I feel.
I think because like tomorrow we have CPI. If the buyers are a little bit strong this night on the Asian session, we could take those high again, and we will start dropping lower. And on the CPI we push lower, take those lows, and then maybe go higher, create all-time high. So this is my potential scenario. Let's say if today's, let's say, Asian session or early London, we take again those highs, and I think like on the CPI we will break lower, take all those this small trend line here, and come back to this area. We will see. Yeah. So if you are trading tomorrow, of course, check your calendar. We have CPI at 8:30 Eastern time. So it will be volatile. If you are not Sam, don't trade CPI.
I won't be trading CPI. I'll be staying far away from it. I'll trade tomorrow, but I won't be trading like near or at least before the release.
Not even with the bully account?
No. Maybe, no? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. No, CPI is...
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, CPI is like, I was trading CPI like 3-4 years ago, but maybe you get lucky 1 month or something, but the other time you get like, let's say, big losses. Yes.
Yeah, I know on the currency side, every so often they really do throw a curveball in there, and it's just a big move. Back in the day, CPI wasn't really the one to watch. It was always non-farm payroll and interest rate decisions. But the last couple of years, CPI has got a bit more importance, I think.
Yeah, because now the Federal Reserve, the whole focus is the let's say the inflation. So
Yeah.
that's why like the market is really reacting to the CPI. But yeah, if you can get lucky sometimes and you get the news and straight away go to your direction without any wick. But most of the time it just take the highs, take the lows, and yeah, it's just not consistent. Like trading the news, it's not consistent.
Mm.
So yeah.
On my side, getting a little bit of movement on the euro, which is looks a little bit encouraging.
Very
Just
good.
quickly show you where we're at. 1 second. Let's just put that on there. So onto the short
Nice haircut, Sam.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you noticed.
It's a luxury I can't afford at my age.
Don't worry, Coach Howard.
So we're getting a bit of that support zone I identified a bit before. It looks like we're getting a little. Some of the buyers are coming in around there, so there could be some kind of smart guys coming in or smart girls coming in, looking for that push later on into the US session and maybe into Asia. So yeah, you've got this broken support line to come back to, and it seems to be basing out above. Also, we've got this kind of broken resistance line, which is now support. So it's not a bad confluence there, I think, for the short term, for an entry signal. So yeah, so we'll see how we do with that. So looking for that one to push a little bit higher into the close. While I'm on there, just something I'm just looking at on gold. That could be something of interest as well. I'm not doing it myself, but it could be something for somebody. Still bullish on gold, obviously. Let's just zoom in. We had a bit of a shakeout after the failure above this resistance level, 33.66. So we had that flush out a couple of days ago. But it looks like today we started to actually yesterday base out, and we're starting to kind of push higher a little bit today. So maybe, just maybe, this is a higher low within this kind of developing uptrend on the daily chart. So swing, correction, and then up we go again. Onto the intraday chart. It appears to be, so here's that kind of shakeout that we had, bounce, almost like a retest of the low, and then we've broken through, changed the structure, broken through resistance here, and now again, I suppose a bit like euro dollar, we are correcting back, and maybe a good place again to think about buying gold, because we are kind of into that 61.8% retracement area after this swing to the upside. So this could be a good place to think about having a crack at gold to the upside. So just watching gold and euro dollar to be moving higher into the close and maybe into Asia. And back to you guys.
Really interesting. I actually want to catch up on gold.
Yeah.
There was a trade yesterday, but I got out of
Actually,
it. Remember?
I just took a trade.
Oh yeah, please go.
Yep, go for it.
Just put in stop, take profit. Stop was here lower. Target those highs. Yeah. So basically it's a scalp. We have here this big volume right here on this candle, and delta also was positive. We had 53, and then the buyers start to push. So this is the main the main idea of the trade. So just bought somewhere here, even though I had bad fail because I bought and then the price. Oh, this is a 47 at the top. Let's see. Okay. Not not the best thing to happen. So why I didn't like what's happened right now is just big clusters here at the top, and we react to it straight away. But my stop loss is here lower, so I will try to target this area right here, those highs. Let's see. I will keep you updated. This is the execution. I execute on this candle. So it was a little bit bad execution because I execute somewhere here, but the price jumps a little bit. So, but it's okay. So maybe I will move break even if we will break this high right here. I will move break even. So it's a small 1 to 1 point something, 1 to 1.1.2. So let's see. I will keep you updated how it goes. Actually, not perfect, as I said here. This 44 at the top, I'm not liking it so much. So we will see.
Yeah, I see it as well.
You see
57
so,
on my end, but similar number, yeah.
Yeah, so we will see. Yeah.
But it could very well be a range at the moment. This area here, where it's currently in, could just be a range. So where your stop is good. So yeah, let it play out.
Yeah, I will let it. The only thing, as I said, is just this one here. Like it was printed the moment I entered. But let's see. The 15 minutes, if I check the 15 minutes quickly. Yeah, it's okay. So my take profit is around this area here. So this big cluster on the 15 minutes. So I would like to see come back retest here, maybe give us a short opportunity to short back lower. So yeah. Let's see.
Does look good. Does look good. I think as well. Let me double check. You had the 15-minute chart open there a second ago, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was looking at something else. Never mind. I thought I saw something else. But let me quickly put up. So yesterday we entered a trade I entered a trade on gold, but got out very quickly because I was under the impression that it would go a little bit higher in order for me to get in at a better price. That was the trade. So we did enter like here, and then I got out pretty much a break even, thinking it's going to dip into here and then push down. But yeah, this is sometimes look how far down.
Yeah,
I got stopped out on
oh,
this
you got
one.
stopped out.
Yeah.
Never mind. But what is interesting, it did today come into the entry area where you would have entered and actually would have worked out a very nice trade. A little drawdown and then boom, 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 candle after candle, straight to the take profit. So yeah, not bad. But gold is being it's not really respecting any of the levels properly.
Is that a little gap there just below the market there on that last profile? It seems to be a bit of lower volume there.
This one or
no, on the this one, yeah, this one.
There is.
This 3,300.
Okay.
Right there. Yeah.
Okay, so a bit further
there's
down.
quite a few. There's another one just above it.
Yeah, that's what I was looking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Interesting. It seems to be a good place for it to think about basing.
The thing is, gold is not respecting them very well. And this is what I don't like about gold. And it could just be the volume profile tool is not displaying the most accurate data. I don't know. But like how it just broke above and then shot down. Like gold doesn't seem to respect them that well. It likes to kind of just overextend a little bit too much a lot of the time. That's the only downside to gold. Other times it works very nicely, but yeah, I've never liked trading gold because gold is one of those, you would enter a trade, for example. Imagine you entered like here and you had a trade sign like this, right? Gold would do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would like stop you out and then go to your TP. Like I just, yeah, I never liked gold.
Tough one, tough market.
Whoa, something is happening. Could you check NQ? I don't know what is happening. Big candle.
Whoa!
No.
Why did I get out all the way over there? You know what,
Yeah.
Aymane? You were bang on the money when you said this is a trade you could hold. You were spot on.
Yeah. And I don't say this often. I don't say hold the trade often. If you see the recordings, I always say close. But
wow.
Volatile.
But where did it stop at? There's nothing really like the volume profile. It looks rubbish on NQ. It's all normal. There's no gap. There's one from yesterday, but that would have been filled by now. It's broken through that many times.
Could you check some like the delta on 5 minutes?
Footprint? Yes.
Yeah.
5 minute. Let me just get NQ up. Oh, over almost 2,000 contracts. Let me check on this one.
Cool. Nice
okay,
place to buy.
That's very interesting. That is very interesting. What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
No. But look at this. Look at the delta, the current delta, 5 minute candle, 108 to the buyers. On trading view, it's minus 1.7 thousand. That's not even just a little bit off. That's what the hell is going on?
Yeah. For me, I have similar numbers. I have similar number like Go charts.
Which number do you have on your end? Like I have 200 for the buyers.
On 5 minutes. So on 5 minutes, I have now 78,490 for the volume. Okay, I can't. Now I have 206 on the positive delta and 8,434, but it's lagging a little bit. So maybe this delta is
you
for
have the same
1 minute ago. Yeah, I have. Yeah.
But then what the hell is TradingView doing here? What the hell is it reading?
Nice place to.
Okay, now that's kind of worried me. Let me check the 1 minute. What is going on? So we had the 7 o'clock candle. The 1 minute was the major one. Yeah, no, that's very weird. That's very, very odd. Okay, that's confused me. Look, 7 o'clock candle, this 1 minute candle, 1.6, right? 1,600 negative delta, right? Delta to the sellers. On Go charting, it's 255 positive to the buyers.
That's weird.
Doesn't add up. It's meant to come from the same exchange. What the hell is going on?
Robert just got this drop. He said, I should be in the competition.
Well done, Robert, for catching that. Incredible. And then 123.
I don't know what TradingView, how they calculate it, but I feel like Go chart is much better. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I am very. That's put me. Let me check if it's the same with ES, or is this just a NASDAQ thing? I don't know. Have a look. All right, so on ES it was 4.9. Okay, on ES, it makes more sense. I mean, the numbers are big difference, but at least it's like a large negative delta as well on the ES. And I always put that down just to, you know, one is showing all the contracts. Do you have, what is going on? Okay, I can't quite figure out what happened, but that is very odd. That I would have loved to see what happened on the depth of market at that moment in time. It'll be too late to even see on the time and sales, but it's gone. Because that is very strange. That kind of difference shouldn't have happened. I don't know what to make of that, to be honest, because it's showing you two complete opposite things. Which one's right? Which one is
bizarre? Do you often get that kind of difference? That's very rare.
Not like that. I mean, sure, like on a normal candle, for example, like if I just go to the most like recent candle, you know, you got 322 delta, and then here, I know it's still very off. Normally, like it's somewhat within. All right, let me just go back to before it went all crazy, the market. Something is very, very off. So if I go to like the 630, where's 630? All right, 337, 169. That's like, do you know what I mean? It generally is quite within range, like.
Yeah.
And then you got 56. Where was it? No, and then this one's off as well. Okay, they're very off right now. All the deltas are completely off.
There is a nice
I am
buy.
very confused. There's a nice buy.
Okay.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's been doing this all day. Let me go to the different contracts. Right, so you had 26 on that one.
Yeah, it's pushing.
December. No, but it can't be that then. I don't know. I don't like that. I do not like the fact that the data is different on two different platforms, because that makes me question. Do you know what I mean?
So
Oh, you
took one buy from here, from this demand right here, and so it was the demand plus the big cluster here, 420. So, and then I bought somewhere here. My stop was here. It's here lower. I think when we will come back to this area here, I'm gonna go break even. So this area here, I will go break even. So the aim for this trade is just take the highs, and it just the way, because I was looking at the delta when it was this drop, like, and this 420, like it show up like I think 200 something at once. So it shows some aggressivity. Plus we are inside that wick, this wick right here. So we mitigate a little bit the wick, come back, and you can come back, maybe test more deeper this gray area, which is a supply zone. So we will see how it will go.
Very nice.
So we saw this similar pattern, what happened somewhere here. You can see here, like some big buyers entering on this bearish candle, and then we saw straight reaction and push higher. We will see how it goes.
I see a potential short.
Oh, wow.
I see a short. on NQ. I just missed it.
70,
It moved.
75.
1 minute.
It's interesting. You're both seeing it kind of different directions. You're trading it back and forth.
Yeah, and especially when it's scalping, like the context change so quick. Like after each candle, if you see some absorption, let's say, and especially if we are scalping here, like there is this 94. So what I want to see is the straight reaction, and what is happening now is we are pushing lower. So you could be right.
At the beginning of this candle, the 1 minute candle, that's where I wanted to enter. If it comes back to it, I might jump in. Let me show my screen. So right here, this purple area created a nice gap. If I zoom out enough so you can see it, you can just about see the gap there. We're below the point of control as well. I think back down to the lows as a scalp. So essentially I wanted to short it the moment we got into that area. Just missed it. There's nothing terrible on the footprint, I would say. There's a bit of volume you could say is trapped. But yeah, it's kind of already made its move. It's way too far away now to enter again. But essentially target back down to these lows. So a short position. I don't know if you could have, if I got like a tool thing to, I've never used this, but it's not on Trading View though. Trading View, that gap doesn't exist. Maybe if I up the row size, you might be able to see it because it's going to be a smaller one. But again, the volume, I mean, the data is different. We just can, you can just about see tiny dip of volume right there. But it's not obvious on Trading View. On this Go charting platform, really obvious one. But it could also get filled very easily. So
yeah.
Oh, we're going back up. I feel like it's already made its move.
I'm going break even on this trade. Yeah, now I'm break even. So let's see if we will break the highs again or not.
If we get back into this, because I can have a really tight stop. I'm talking like a few points. So it's well worth jumping in. If it dips back into that high there, then I can short it. But I don't like the fact that it's I don't know. We'll see. Really tight stop. Come on, get back up there.
Could you check some like the candle? It's 7 o'clock your time, I think. 7 o'clock.
This one, this massive one.
Yeah.
What about it? What do you need?
Like what you think about this? Like you still think to short?
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Let me check it on Trading View. I don't want to miss this entry. I don't like this wick, but it hasn't closed. Let me go on Trading View. It definitely looks like a lot of sellers are trapped, but at the same time, the buyers have struggled to actually break this candle. A lot of time when there's that reversal, the buyers will have broken that candle by now. So I feel there is potential for a short position. I think it'll be more of a range for a bit now. But if we can get back up to here, that'll be the top of the range at least. And it's well worth shorting it potentially back down to here and make a little scalp trade. especially if I treat it as a
Yeah.
ranging market. It just needs to go a little bit higher. It's just, oh, here we go. Here we go. Are we in it? Almost. See, okay, let me see the numbers. Yeah, that's all right. Jumped in, really tight stop.
I am short, Sam is
Pretty
long.
much.
Let's go.
No, I'm short. I'm short.
You're both short.
I am long.
Oh, you're long. Okay.
Oh, you're
There's
long, long.
Yeah.
So the competition heats up.
I mean, my stop is literally above this wick here. So if we break above this purple zone, I'm out. So I mean, I haven't even set a stop loss. I'm literally manually just going to exit if we get above. Come on, don't do this. Come on. Come on. Come on, hold.
Thank you. Who is your friend?
We're getting out. We're getting out. Let me just double check. Yeah, we're definitely getting out. I'm out. Not good enough. Didn't work out.
Too strong.
Already made its move. That was its move there earlier. That was the reaction. It's actually continuing. But what I can do now is buy it from the other side. If that gap still exists, which it does, great. So once we dip back into it, I can actually potentially buy it. If it breaks through it quite nicely, I can actually buy into it. Let's see how that looks. Okay, and I can do pretty much the same, but this time buy it. And now have my stop. Move out the way. Where is it? So it's going to be about halfway of that candle, a little bit less than halfway, somewhere there. It's the bottom of that candle. And then my TP, I can now target. Got the point of control right above, which isn't great. This has now been, that gap has now changed. I would say back to those wicks, just as the volume drops off on the 15-minute chart. Okay. 15-minute chart. Where are those wicks? I can never see what I'm doing. To that one. Okay. It looks different on.
Yep.
This is all red, but on. This is the 5-minute chart. No wonder. I was looking at. I was wondering. I thought, what's going on? Back to, yeah, that's about right. Okay, cool. So that's how quick you have to sometimes change your bias when you realize you're wrong.
When you are, you have to. When you are scalper, you have to change your bias. Otherwise, you will, because most of the.
But that's why I like. That's it. That's why I like trading these zones, because one or two things are going to happen. You're either wrong and it breaks right through like it did, or and if that happens, then you can always trade it from the other side. So, and then, you treat it like support.
I think I will close it.
Are you almost at TP?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Because we are in a supply up good. So it was really good entry here. On the low.
Oh, beautiful.
Here.
Look at that.
Nice.
So we are tapping now into this supply. I don't want to hold any retracements. So I will close it here. Give it a little bit. And yeah.
Have you closed it? Oh, no.
Not yet.
Yeah. Did. But there we go.
Yeah, it's closed.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well done.
So yeah, the
Very
idea
good.
of that trade is you can see here this big candle, like similar pattern what we had earlier, like big momentum candle into the demand with big clusters at the low here, green clusters, and straight away we start to get like a reaction. Here I was a little bit, let's say, I was thinking that okay, maybe we will push lower after I saw this absorption of buyers. But after the next candle, we got again sellers absorption, so it gives you a little bit more confident to hold the trade. So I still think we're gonna break this high, but just we are in a supply. I should get out from the trade. So it's look at a very nice V shape, like
Yeah.
literally similar what's happened here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
similar what's happened here. We had similar, especially if you are using the delta charts, similar pattern, big momentum candle into the demand and big clusters here, straight, let's say, reaction and reverse higher. That's we had here, like big momentum candle, big cluster at the low, and then we are getting the reversal now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Very good.
So as
we're at the point of control. Sorry, carry on.
No, you just I want to say about this supply that I mentioned. So it's normal that we are getting a reaction from it. So still, okay, 38 minutes, 38 minutes for the 1 hour to close. So we are getting a reaction. I will check just quickly the delta if we have something. Not really. Yeah. So I was not ready, let's say, to hold into more, let's say, retracement. So it's a supply. I was out. Yep.
Yeah. Nice. Very good. I'll quickly pull up the chart. So we've just dipped into that point of control here. So naturally, you're going to expect a reaction. I might even double up on my position. If we get back into this area here, I might even double up. Because you're still expecting it. It hasn't actually been tested yet. Almost. Has it been tested? It hasn't yet. It's still a gap, which is good. So if I zoom back in, it's moving away from it now. Got very close. But it hasn't actually been tested. It's been broken. I'm waiting for it to come back in. I can even double up on my position, to be honest, if it does. So basically back to my entry again. I can enter again and then have my stop even tighter if it moves. And if it moves away from that, then I can put the stop at break even, no problem. And that'll be all right. So the only thing I don't like is the fact that the point of control is right there. But I do think we're going up.
Yeah, they seem to come in and buy the dips, don't they? You get these flush outs and they come back in.
Exactly that, yeah. And there's no bias trapped or anything. It's looking pretty good. Let me check on the 5 minute. Yeah, look at these sellers. All at the bottom here.
Yeah.
They'll be trapped. Just needs to come back into that box, and then we should have a really nice move up. Sometimes it gets close to it, like it did a minute ago. There we go. That's a huge push up. Yeah, I think that was pretty much the retest. Although it got very close to it, didn't quite get into it. I think that is the retest. As for the TP, we're about halfway there. So, yeah, it is what it is. We only got 6 minutes left of the session. I'll let it play out. Just before the session ends, I'll close no matter what price it's at. And Yeah.
But
that'll be it.
really,
The
really
only
nice
place I-
trade.
Oh, definitely, definitely. The only place I can see another reaction would be, well, where my TP was on the short trade. Does that make sense? And you can actually see, like, there's a dip in volume, right? A gap in volume. When it got to it and it broke through from the downward, when it went through, went past it, you can see this wick just coming back in, dipping into it right there, and then push down again. So, and that sparked off a really aggressive reaction. And those are usually really nice to trade, because if it does dip back in to this gap, I can imagine there'll be a very nice aggressive move up. But it feels like it's just ranging a bit now. And then eventually, hopefully, it does go back in. We can have a nice push up before the session ends, but I doubt that's going to happen. We've only got a few minutes left. But
Not a lot to add on my side. The gold and the euro are just died a death really, so they're just hanging around where they were. So there's nothing I can really add at the moment. Sorry.
No problem. No problem.
Your markets are doing all the moves.
I mean, it's been a crazy market. Just look at the structure.
Yeah, and especially, Coach, how like the NASDAQ ES is a little bit slow. You can see like you can see Sam, he's trading very good, so excited, a lot of adrenaline. Why? Because he's trading NQ, and he don't want to admit that, but this is the reality. Did you ever see Sam excited and reacting to the price like now? because he's because he's trading NQ, that's why. And I told him
Personally, I don't like the way it moves.
It's a different animal.
It doesn't move very nice. It just feels indecisive, and I don't like the way NQ moves. It's just nah. Not
NQ. Did you hear him?
It's like I'll trade it. Like the noise I make when I trade NQ is like like disgust, like ugh.
Okay, so NQ will hear you and it will go down.
Look at this.
It will drop.
What is NQ doing? Look at this. Look at this disgusting price action. Look at that.
Okay.
That's NQ there. Look at that. Look at that disgustingness.
You see? NQ heard you, Sam. You said it's
you cursed it.
Yeah. But seriously, if you Sam
all right, let me see. I love NQ. Go on.
You see?
What should I do? Measure?
Like ES, measure how many points from your entry. Let's say in ES, if you took the similar trade in ES, how many points you are up?
Oh,
so in NQ and also maybe I think maybe 3 points. I think
add a few more zeros to that, maybe couple hundred thousand, I would say. Oh, here we go.
I think
here we go. Back into it. Come on.
You will add.
We've got 2 minutes left of this session. If we dip into it, I will add, but it looks like it just about might not actually get there. It might do. It'll probably do it when the session ends. And now all right. Well, the session's over. We've got under a minute left, so I'll close out on this trade. It was all good. But yeah, I think maybe when the candle closed, 30-minute close. But
yeah,
good trade.
Yeah, some nice trades there, guys. Some lovely trades.
Oh. We got Michael in the chat.
Michael?
Look. Michael. Coach Michael.
Oh.
Hello, Michael.
I
didn't even see you there.
Yeah.
What are you doing on your day off? Well, it's not your day off. I don't know. It's not your session. What are you doing? Chill.
Yeah.
Can't stay away.
All right. Robert, I did see your messages. I am an NQ trader now. So yeah. We'll be back next when we back tomorrow. Same session. Howard, are you with us tomorrow or?
I am a bit earlier tomorrow, so
Okay, no problem. All right. Well, Aymane, I'll see you tomorrow. Howard, I'll probably see you next week, I'm assuming. Have a
Looking
great
forward-
evening.
cheers, guys.
And
Same.
yeah,
Great session.
Take care.
Thank you.
see
All
you
the best,
guys
guys.
tomorrow. Take care,
See you
Robert.
tomorrow.